Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board. This is the regular meeting of the Select Board for June 16, 2020. This meeting, as all meetings during the health emergency, is being held remotely using the Zoom remote meeting platform. This meeting is also being recorded. A quorum of the Select Board is participating from their respective remote locations. So at this time, I'd like to move that the Select Board go into executive session to discuss collective bargaining negotiating strategy, because as the Chair of the Select Board hereby declare, an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the negotiation position of the town if the meeting were held as a public meeting. We will return to open session after the executive session. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So Devin, take us out of the public arena and let's begin the executive session. Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board. Following our executive session, this is the return to open session of the regular meeting of the Select Board for June 16, 2020. This meeting, as all meetings during the health emergency, is being held remotely. Today, again, we are using the Zoom virtual meeting platform. We're required to tell you that this meeting is being recorded, and a quorum of the Select Board is participating from their respective remote locations. Let me get back my video. Okay. Next, announcements, updates, or comments by the Select Board. I want to start with some announcements, including a few that relate to the discussion of policing that will follow. So starting off, do any other Select Board members have announcements before I make mine?
I have three. Do you want me to, you want to go first? Or you
No,
want
you
me to
go
go?
first.
Okay. All right. Just to remind everybody, the census is still going on. We actually will be going on into October. Please, please, please do respond if you haven't already. We discussed the amount of money that Massachusetts got a few years back. It's huge. It's in the 20 billions of money that touches the census. So we want our share of that. Goes for roads, schools, housing, affordable housing, all kinds of good things. So please, it's very, very important. The second thing I want to say is that on the 10th, which was last Wednesday night, we had our kickoff meeting of the Urban Forest Resiliency Climate Master Plan. And that is, the committee is the former Tree Protection Study Committee, or I should say the current Tree Protection Study Committee, in addition of several staff members. It was an excellent meeting. The consultants presented some analysis initially. They're going to continue to be doing that. I urge any of you who are interested in the relationship between trees and the climate to please tune in to our next meeting, which will be in September, and we'll have some quarterly meetings after that. So if you're interested in being on the list, you could email the Parks Department or Katie Weatherseed, kweatherseed@brooklinema.gov, and she'll put you on the list to get notified. The third thing I want to remind the board is that Friday is has been a Southern holiday called Juneteenth. I happen to have grown up in Galveston, Texas, so I've known about Juneteenth as far back as I can remember. It commemorates the day when General Gordon Granger sailed into Galveston Harbor with the news that Robert E. Lee had surrendered for the Confederacy in Virginia at Appomattox in Virginia. And it was the first time that enslaved people in the South, Texas in particular, felt that understood that they actually were supposedly free. And it's become the Lincoln Proclamation, as you know, was declared 2.5 years before that, but we had to go through a civil war in order to make sure that it really happened. And we're still feeling the effects of that in our society today. It's obvious. But there is a movement to make Juneteenth a national holiday. In Galveston, my family celebrated with people of color, singing songs, having certain foods, etc. But and now today in Galveston, there are thousands of events around Juneteenth, as in other places in the South. So I hope that this movement succeeds, because I think it is a very important commemorative holiday, and we ought to take note of it. It's called Juneteenth because it's June 19th.
It's not just the South where that is celebrated. Right here in Boston, there's usually very robust Juneteenth celebration in Franklin Park.
I think that's of recent years, however. Is that correct?
Yeah. As far as I know, recent since I've been in Boston.
Yeah. But my childhood wasn't recent, Bernard.
Well, my childhood wasn't that recent either, but it was spent elsewhere.
Anyway.
Okay, thank you for those announcements, particularly the Juneteenth one.
Well, and
anyone else?
Maybe I missed this, but there is a celebration in Brookline. There's a Facebook event that's being sponsored by BRJE or Bridge. You put a lantern in your window around 7:50 p.m. this Friday in commemoration. The Facebook event page has a lot more information. It will be a virtual platform, but I encourage everyone to go take a look for more details.
So can you use a flashlight if you don't have a lantern?
I believe so.
Good.
I guess I should go back to Facebook. Okay, any other announcements?
Sure, and I'll say I just put for folks in the Zoom, I just put that Facebook event in the chat. Really great event being put together by a daughter of Brookline who's now returned to Brookline, Adina Gabrielle Walker, and others who are working on that. So I think that's phenomenal. It's an opportunity to listen into some great music and to hear some really important stories around Juneteenth and why it's such an important celebration. And also for us all to put something either on our porch, some light on our porch or windows, I think is just really cool. So thanks to Nancy and Heather for bringing it up. Appreciate that. I had two things. One, I know we've been having a lot of important conversations, and over the last few weeks, I haven't provided any updates on the safety net program. I will let you know that that we're around just over $540,000 raised for the program, but I will say that the rate of giving has slowed over the last few weeks, and I know obviously we've all been have our mind on many other things, but just a reminder that that the economic impact of COVID-19 will outlast the health impacts of COVID-19. We're still in the middle of the health impacts of COVID-19. So give what you can. I know not everybody can, but if you can give to the fund. If you can give again, please give again. Folks out there need all the support they can get. The other thing I wanted to just, I wrote a little something for today and wanted to start by saying a huge thanks to the 6 members of the Supreme Court who in a majority decision announced yesterday that the language of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits sex discrimination, does in fact apply to discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. This is absolutely huge. It's a huge win for the LGBT community and for human rights, but especially for this community who in too many states still lack the equal rights that many of us enjoy. And then we also have to remember in our affirmations that Black Lives Matter, that many of those lives belong to queer and trans people who suffer disproportionate levels of violence and discrimination. And that we also must remember, I think in our larger dialogue about racial violence, that every Black life lost is a policy failure. So I do want to, building on our conversations from last week, just say that I think it's time for all of us on this board and across town, everyone that's in a position, especially of elected office, to get involved in presenting policy solutions, or at least committing to support those that are on the table. And I know many people have done that. I hope we'll see some more of that tonight. I've appreciated how the chair has stepped into this dialogue. I will say he's not the only one that should be doing so. The chair is the chair because this board has voted this person to be the chair. But they're not imbued by the people with any certain power or responsibility to speak on behalf of all of us. Like, we have our own agency as board members to speak up, and I think we should. That the chair's decided to use his opening remarks week after week to respond to the ongoing crises and events relevant to our community is important, but it also doesn't relieve the rest of us from our responsibility to do the same. So I just wanted to call upon all members of this board and the other elected boards in Brookline to step it up a little bit. I do believe if Brookline and other communities fail to meet this moment, that it's going to be due to the apathy and indifference of elected officials, some of who are maybe hiding behind their silence, waiting for the storm to pass. And I know those may sound like harsh words to some, but I hope that others recognize that the stakes are higher in this for some, even including for some on this board than for others. And I'm personally driven as a person of color, as an educator who cares deeply about Black students and families in my life. That I'm driven to urgently move forward some meaningful, workable solutions. And I recognize that not everyone feels the same intrinsic urgency due to their own lived experience. But I need you to be here with me and with the other folks that have been coming out to push us, that have been emailing us and calling and showing up to public comment. Since folks are so fond of quoting MLK during times like these, I've got an MLK quote, which is, "In the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends." So I'm calling on all friends out there. Please don't be silent tonight. This matters too much. And as we go into town meeting, I'm encouraging all town meeting members to do the same. Please don't be silent. It matters too much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bernard,
Yes,
would you have time for one more?
Of course.
I want to echo Raul's shout out to the Supreme Court on gay rights. I thought that was one of the really inspiring moments of our times, to have that come about. And I also want to take note of the fact that this has been the first week with the Black Lives Matter banner outside of Town Hall, and along with it, one of my favorite events of the year, which is the Rainbow Crosswalk between Town Hall and the police station. And if anybody has not had a chance to sort of see that, I happen to be near Town Hall for what they call the onboarding that new members get. It was painless, and it gave me a chance to actually see that wonderful crosswalk. It's a terrific job done by all who took part in making that happen again this year. I want to say one thing too, though, in addition to Raul's comment about people not being silent, I also think we have to add people should not be silenced. And I was disappointed that there was a response to a planned rally to show some support for the Brookline police, that there was a reaction among, unfortunately, a large number of people to immediately want to rally to kind of shout them down and to somehow use the expression of support for the police as an occasion to overwhelm those folks with a counter protest that would be louder and perhaps drown out the message of those who wanted to express their support of the police. I think we have to have safe spaces for all expressions. And the process that we're going to embark on step by step at tonight's meeting and in future meetings is one of reform of the police department. And it's going to require a lot of participation and a lot of listening. And I think the impulse to drown out people who want to be in the process and sometimes express some of the support that exists widely in Brookline for the good work of the police department is not a helpful one. So let's all protect safe spaces for everyone to express their opinion. And I think we'll get a better result.
Thank you. Any other announcements, comments? Okay, I'd like to actually second what Mr. Von Skoyak said. One of many issues that I think is important as we struggle with how do we reimagine not just police department, but our society. If we can't communicate with people who we don't agree with, I wonder how much we are committed to our own views. Sometimes when you confront someone who has a different way of looking at things, it helps you to strengthen your understanding of your position, and sometimes it shows you where you may be wrong on one little aspect of an issue. So I guess I second the idea that not only can people not be silent, they can't be silenced. I also want to thank Raul for making the connection between the Supreme Court decision on LBGT rights and the Black Lives Matter movement. The fact that the crosswalk and the banner is basically catty-corner to each other, I think is very, very appropriate. My daughter mentioned, who lives in Brookline, in New York, mentioned the rally of, it looks like 500,000 people in Brooklyn in support of Black transgender people who are under incredible attack, both with respect to police, but also with respect to other people, other non-trans people, particularly including other Black non-trans people. I mean, this is a real big problem, and I think we need to make sure that we see the connection. Because like I always say, hatred is indivisible. If you hate me, you're also going to hate a number of other groups in society. So anyway, that's my thought. I want to make a few more specific announcements. First, going back to the Black Lives Matter banner that I announced at our June 11th meeting. It has been installed on the lawn next to Town Hall, fronting on Washington Street. It actually looks very nice. Kudos to whoever designed that, and of course, it's there as a permanent installation right next to the street with the rainbow crosswalk. At the June 11th meeting, I said the following. Let me quote from me. The installation of the banner on Town Hall grounds represents Brookline's conviction that yes, Black Lives Matter, and that we support those aims of the Black Lives Movement, including steps to end police misconduct, reform of law enforcement organizations, reform of the criminal justice system, and concrete steps to end racism and other forms of oppression. We support those aims by concrete action with respect to how we have organized the police department, specifically with respect to 21st century standards and community policing, the community policing model, and implementing policies I think we can be very proud of, and I urge people to read them, that guide police in the proper way to police the community and carry out the tasks that they are given during their patrols. But more importantly, we support those aims by requiring the police department to monitor the application of those policies and supervise to ensure compliance and intervention when necessary to retrain, to support, or if necessary to discipline when there's a failure to comply. Is it perfect? Let me just say to everyone out there who's sending in emails about Brookline and our police department, no, it is not perfect, but don't let the illusion of perfection blind you to the very good that we have here in Brookline. We'll be discussing steps later to make changes or improvements as part of the process of becoming a more perfect town. So that's my rant on that issue. Second, I want to announce that we're preliminary planning of a town hall style forum on policing sometime after town meeting. We have a commitment from Chuck Wexler of the Police Executive Research Forum, which is a good organization that provides research and policy guidance on issues facing policing, particularly reducing the use of force, effective community-oriented policing, and general professionalism. We're also considering some possible choices to serve as a co-facilitator who is from outside of policing, so that we have a nice balance at this forum. Of course, anyone who'd like to suggest someone for us to consider, please send their name and reasons for suggesting them to the select board. As I see it, one purpose of the Town Hall Forum will be to give the community a clear understanding of the issues in policing as Brookline goes through a reimagining process with respect to policing. I can mention a number of issues I think should be taken up, but I'm not telling the forum what to take up. But for example, community policing, what is it? What are the purpose of our policies and procedures, particularly use of force policies? Are they just things on paper, or do they have real substantive meaning and power? Some alternatives to policing. People are talking about defund the police and various other things, but we need to look at some of the alternatives to the current policing model, including alternative of eliminating policing altogether, or eliminating police departments, or unarmed police departments, or reforms of various sorts to the current model. And I hope the town meeting forum looks closely at Brookline Police Department. What do we need to know? What are its strengths and weaknesses? And of course, it's an opportunity for the community to chime in with their ideas about issues that we should be thinking about as we go forward. Next, Raul has proposed a task force on reimagining policing in Brookline, as has been called for nationwide following President Obama's town hall style conversation in early June on reimagining policing in the wake of continued police violence. I've asked Raul to prepare a charge and sort of lead that effort for consideration, and a charge for consideration by the select board. Finally, I want to address two priority matters regarding the police department's policies and procedures. These are things I think we need to do immediately. First, the civilian complaint policy. It's a very good policy, in my opinion, but it needs some changes. There are ways in which it could be improved and made more coherent. So I've asked Raul to review the policy and come up with some suggestions. If any other select board members would like to work with them, please let them know, and you can work together. Secondly, I'm volunteering to work on amending the use of force policy to incorporate a ban on chokeholds and other forms of asphyxiation, and have the select board reissue the policy as a general order of the police department. Again, if anyone would like to work with me on that, please let me know. Let me also say that our use of force policy is excellent. People should read it. It's General Order 30.3. It's a model for police departments nationally. I especially want people who are sending in emails to us about proposals for policing here in Brookline to read it before expressing an opinion on what's going on in Brookline. Specifically, it's better than what people are proposing in what I would call cut and paste emails we receive, except that it doesn't include an outright ban on chokeholds. Although I think the chokehold is banned if you look at the policy as a whole, and Chief Lipson argues that it's not necessary to explicitly ban it. I mean, I think we should explicitly ban chokeholds, even though the policy actually provides a basis for not only prohibiting use of chokeholds, but also other forms of asphyxiation or other forms of police techniques that threaten unnecessarily individual persons' lives. I'd like to read, if I can take a little bit of time, the first paragraph of the use of force policy. I really urge everyone to read it. First paragraph says, the Brookline Police Department places the highest value on the life and safety of our officers and on the safety of the public. a reverence and respect for the dignity of all persons and the sanctity of human life shall be reflected in all training, leadership, and procedures of the Brookline Police Department. The department's regulations, policies, and procedures are designed to ensure that these values guide officers in the use of force. It is the policy of the Brookline Police Department that police officers may use only the amount of force that is proportionate and necessary to control an incident, to make an arrest, or to protect themselves or others from injury or death. Of course, that's just writing on paper, but it gives us a good guidelines in terms of what we expect from the police department and what we expect from the details of supervision, monitoring, and other actions on the part of the police department to act according to this policy and other policies in the policies and procedures manual. So that's my 2 cents for today. Any other members want to put in their 2 cents? No? Okay. Let's move on.
I do want to, really thank you and Dr. Fernandez for proposing the idea of the task force and the reimagining. I think it will lead to a very productive discussion and introspective journey to see, what kind of police force do we really want to have in the community of Brookline. It's a necessary conversation that we need to have and make sure that everybody is included in it.
Okay, thank you.
I would also add that I support the idea that we should have something explicit in the policy about no techniques which are going to result in asphyxiation of anyone. I think it's just important to give the community that confidence that our police are not going to operate that way, or should not be operating that way. And it also, if somebody should fall outside the language of the policy, that's grounds for significant discipline. So I think that we should have that kind of explicit language in there. So I thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to the next item. This is called Discussion of Policing. I wanted to give people an opportunity to state their views with respect to the opinions of many people in the community that we need to reimagine, defund, divest from, etc., policing and the police department. I mean, whatever that means, I think we need to have a discussion at this level, the select board, so that it's clear what we're thinking about, and to help us really to bring our thoughts into focus as we enter a period when we're actually going to have to execute on some of these policies. So, first of all, town meetings next week, and there's going to be amendments to the advisory committee budget impacting policing in Brookline in terms of reducing or increasing line items. And there also may be various conditions to appropriations. The select board at this meeting can vote on motions, for example, to reduce or increase the police budget and submit them to the moderator by Thursday so that they are official part of the discussion, or individual members can do the same. But what I want to emphasize or talk about now is what happens when whatever town meeting votes comes back to the select board, and we have to, as the executive branch of town government, have to actually execute the budget that we get from town meeting, meaning that we have to provide some guidance to the police commissioner, the police chief, and town administrator on what type of items we want to be reduced or increased in various budgets, and actually carry out some of the ideas that people are talking about around town now. So what I propose we do is sometime after a town meeting, we give board members an opportunity to present their ideas in the form of motions that we vote on. And by doing that, we give some guidance to the town administrator and the police chief, for example, or other town departments as to what this board wants to do with respect to executing on the town budget. I think that what that does is really presses people to to give focus to ideas and concrete ways in which we can implement those ideas in our departments. So that's what I'd like to do. But let's have a discussion of, for example, I know Mr. Fernandez, has proposed some specific cuts to the police budget and additions to, or not specific cuts, but overall cuts to the police budget, and has identified certain areas that he thinks money ought to be transferred to in the budget. So if you'd like to represent that to the select board as well, since we've already seen your proposals to the public, please do so now.
Okay, great. Thank you, Bernard. And I want to make sure that for folks who are tuning in, maybe to this conversation for the first time, or maybe have seen a lot of emails and posts and stuff like that going around, where my position is on all of this, because sometimes we say someone is on this side, therefore they take all of the positions that other people who are generally talking about that issue take, right? And so so my position from the beginning has been that it's a community that gets to decide its approach to public safety and what role police should play in that, not the other way around. And so I don't know that that's a particularly controversial approach, a position to hold, that a community gets to decide its approach to public safety. And the other, I think, standard that I want to try to apply moving forward is that we should have armed officers respond to incidents only when there is no other reasonable alternative. And so, I mean, what we've heard, I think, loud and clear from police chiefs around the country is that more and more responsibility has been heaped upon police officers, and with unfortunately not enough training to match. The good news is that we've invested significantly in de-escalation training and CIT training, in terms of, and I go regularly to the stakeholders meetings, which are about police and other engagement with folks with mental health issues as well. And so we've invested heavily there. But at the same time, I and others think that there are better ways or other ways to actually address those kinds of issues. And that when we start to apply that standard of unless armed officers are absolutely necessary and there is no reasonable alternative, then we start to see that the long list of things that we've asked police departments to do are not necessarily best handled there and can be handled in some other way, whether it be using technology in terms of traffic enforcement, or whether it be, and in other ways, or whether it be some other body that handles those kinds of issues. I have never taken the position that we don't need armed officers in Brookline or elsewhere. And the reason is this is forbid there were to be some kind of rare event, for instance, where there is some kind of school shooting at a school or house of worship, forbid. I don't believe that we're going to send in social workers to put an end to that event as it's going on. We will need highly trained folks who are focused on preservation of life to deal with those kinds of issues. I know others may disagree and they think we need zero police. I'm not quite there yet, but I do believe we're going to have some folks to deal with those kinds of situations. But again, I will say that those situations are extremely rare, as are other situations where armed officers are absolutely necessary. So I'm starting from that position. As it relates to the budget itself, I do have, if it'd be helpful to share, what I was working with town meeting member Scott Ananian. Would it make sense for me to share that so members of the public can see it? I know you all have it, and I'm happy to share it if that's okay.
Well, you know how to do it.
Right. Yeah. Just wanted to make sure. Hearing no
When
objections.
when was this shared?
It was an email
Right to the meeting, yeah.
about 4:15 today.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry I couldn't get it to y'all earlier. This is, we're all working under the gun here. Try to get numbers as fast as we can. So can everybody see that?
Yep.
Yep, okay. And so what this proposal does is it attempts to right size our investments in places where, particularly over numerous town meetings now, you see a lot here around the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations, as well as BEEP here. So I'll just kind of go through it. And what it offers here is to reappropriate to schools $110,715 for the school committee to use these funds to fund the BEEP shortfall to make sure that BEEP is fully funded. Appropriation for the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. There's a number of these. One is $79,728 to fund the hire of a community engagement specialist. Folks may remember that this is another warrant article that was passed, which required the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations, along with the commission of the same name, to work on a community engagement plan that the entire town of Brookline would use, and every department would need to engage to create one of those. $41,500 for the operating budget, including professional and technical services and supplies, other things like that, but especially to support the implementation of that community engagement plan. $60,000 to fund community engagement activities in each of those 17 other town departments that need to engage. And this whole thing is about making sure that the public is as engaged as possible in the early stages of policy development through each individual town department. $70,000. This would actually move a domestic violence prevention program from the police department over to the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. And then finally, there's this amount related to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which Town Administrator Kleckner and I were exchanging emails right before this meeting began. And there may be some other way to make sure that contribution is included. So those are the numbers. I'm going to take this off the screen now. So if anybody still wants to be able to look at this later, please take a photo or something. And then I'm going to stop sharing screen so we can just have a discussion. Okay, there we go.
Okay, what do people think? So I take it you're going to, either you or Scott Ananian are going to present this as an amendment to the advisory committee budget at town meeting.
Yeah, I was hoping to include it as part of the select board budget that we'll be voting on tonight, I believe. I think it's important that we go into town meeting with folks understanding where this board stands in terms of the investments that folks on this board would like to see made in the budget.
Yeah.
I'd like to weigh in, but I'll defer to Heather if she wants to weigh in.
I'm sorry, who wants to weigh in? John. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, John. I think I'll make it kind of short. I'm if we were not facing a $12 million budget shortfall, I think I would be a lot more open to moving money around. I was really hoping that the task force would help us to really understand, these budget numbers going into the department. It's hard to respond to something that I am seeing for the first time right now. And also, I don't know where the money, like what specific items it's drawing from within the police department budget. So I was hoping that the task force would be able to present something that is, for lack of a better term, fully baked. If we do start to cut the police department, I'm also a little disappointed not to see something restorative to, for instance, the Council on Aging, economic development, which I know took a huge hit. So those are my first reactions to seeing this.
I'll just respond by saying, I would love to have heard last Thursday night And tonight, I would love to see other board members indicate, I agree with you in terms of supporting greater support for the Council on Aging. I'm there. Let's do it. I would love to see other proposals from other board members. I just haven't seen any. So let's go. You know, let's get it done. Let's actually start to make some proposals. You know, it's been you know, this whole process I know has been truncated. A lot of it is, you know, hashtag COVID. That has led us to have like a shorter amount of time between when we're able to see proposals and be able to reach out to department heads and try to get numbers. And I would say that that the select board staff, and you know, Melissa Goff especially, but you know, Mel and Devin and everyone's been really great about trying to get us answers as quickly as possible. You know, it's up to us ultimately. If we want to see different numbers on the spreadsheet, we have to present them. So I've presented some. I would support if there was a move tonight to put more funding for the Council on Aging. I'm right there.
But the money has to come from somewhere.
It does. Yep, I've proposed where it should come from. I don't think that the proposal is to have it come from the police department. I don't think it's necessary at this stage to determine exactly where that should come from. I think that that's something that that after the budget passes the select board, but especially Mel and Melissa and for instance, the chief would be involved in determining where those funds can best be reappropriated from. But I don't think we need to decide that at this moment.
But
John,
what if it leads to someone being laid off? I would like to know that before I vote on something.
Yeah, there's no way to reduce the size of the police department budget without reducing the size of the force.
Right.
92% of the police department budget is salaries.
Similar in other departments.
That would be.
So I'd like to weigh in. I think we're at a moment where we just have to acknowledge that sometimes symbolism is substance. And we're at a moment right now where we need to do something that we acknowledge up front is symbolic, but is also substantive because of the moment that we're in. And you've seen it happen within the past week in Boston, where Mayor Walsh announced a 20% cut in police overtime. You've seen it happen in Newton, where Mayor Fuller announced $200,000 from police vehicles to be redistributed. And I think that it's timely for Brookline to do something similar and similarly proportionate. I respect Raul and Scott Ananian, town meeting member, for the effort that they put into what is to me, over. And in fact, most of it is along the lines of what I'm going to propose, sort of incremental increases in some of the social services budgets. But the huge share of the $1 million that they're proposing is the $770,000 contribution to the Affordable Housing Fund, which my understanding of the discussion of that particular budget item to date is that there is a bit of a consensus that we'll visit that in November, and that there is no need between now and November, excuse me, for that amount of money, or in fact, you know, a part of that amount of money to be added to the Affordable Housing Trust. Also, I think people should recognize that there are considerable funds in the Affordable Housing Trust right now. So I think the dramatic gesture of that amount of money to be put into the Affordable Housing Trust might not, in fact, be necessary. And yet, at the same time, it's coming out of the police department budget in ways that are bound to be impactful in terms, as Heather just raised, in terms of job cuts. And we haven't had a good case made as to where those jobs should be cut in the police department budget. So I want to just put on the table that there's an alternative way of doing this, which, as I say, would be symbolism that is substantive. And Mel has done a very good job of, in the budget memo that he sent us earlier today. If you look at the paragraph at the bottom of page 1, you'll see defined one area for reallocation of reductions in police funding is additional funding for the town's social service agencies and functions. And he mentions health, diversity, inclusion, and community relations, veterans, and aging. And he mentions a number, $182,387, which I would point out just happens to be roughly 20% of the police department overtime budget. It's in the ballpark. And I think that's the kind of motion that we should seriously consider and vote on. And it will bring the police department budget more in line with the overall degree of cutting that has gone on across the board in the other departmental budgets in town hall. Bring it more in line with overall reduction in the school budget. And at the same time, send the message that we are embarking on a process of review of police practices and policies. We call it reimagining policing, and we're serious about it. And if it means down the road some changes in how we budget for policing, we're willing to do that. But we've got to start sort of at a reasonable level and admittedly a symbolic level and say, this is just the first step, but it's sending a message that we're serious about the next step, which is the task force, which Raul is going to propose for us. And that would be my proposal.
Okay.
Let me just make a couple of quick remarks here. One is that, while I agree with Raul's social services priorities, I'm concerned that we don't know, and I don't agree with the notion that we should just cut something and then let's see where it lands. I think we need to examine what those cuts mean and understand where they're going. The thing that the issues that John raised about other communities, like saying, okay, we're going to cut police overtime 20%. That's a very specific number. We know what it's going to be. This kind of other number is, I think, not accurate. In addition to which, putting that much money into a housing affordable trust fund, which already has millions of dollars in it, to me, shouldn't be our first priority right now. The priority should be making sure that we're able to manage the municipal budget in this time of COVID, that we keep the cuts in personnel to a minimum. After all, affecting people is in that way, in that devastating way, is significant. And we want to make sure, I'd be content with not buying any riot gear, all kinds of things around the use of force, etc. But I want to know, and I would even accept the idea that we cut 20% from the overtime budget. I don't have a problem with that. That's a different thing than, cutting. How many positions would we be cutting for $1 million? It's significant. I think that this is the kind of thing that's going to need some vetting, and it's going to need the vetting by the town, by the administration, our administration, by the advisory committee, and by community members. It's going to, and by the police department. It's really going to need some significant vetting, and it could very well be done in the in the task force scenario, but it could also be done in a different way. And I would leave that to better budgeters than I as to what the process should be. But I don't agree that we can just slash it and then say, well, we'll let you know in a few months, because if we slash it, those people are going to be laid off on July 1st. That's what's going to happen.
I'd also like to say that $1 million out of the police budget, I'd like to hear what the police chief has to say about that. I don't know how you can take $1 million out of a $17 million budget without some significant impacts on things that we get a lot of emails about. For example, quality of life policing, everything from public smoking to public urination. Are we going to cut back on that type of policing? I see that you're adding $70,000 to fund domestic violence prevention programs. I know that is different from what the police do, but I hope no one thinks that any domestic violence activities of the police department can be shifted to any non-armed and non-trained group of people. Certainly with, you didn't really mention this, but mental health calls that the police make. It'd be nice to be able to send a social worker or a mental health professional to help bring someone down off of, off the ledge. But the fact of the matter is that we really need police, not necessarily armed, although they are armed, but we need police with the training that police get, both in terms of de-escalation training as well as how to defend yourself when someone's having a PTSD event and is both a danger to themselves, to their family, and to the person trying to work with them. So before I could support something like this, I want to get at least get a sense from the police chief. What would that do? Can you do that? And if you can, what are the consequences with respect to the things that that people in this community are demanding that we have the police do? Mel, you had a comment?
Before asking the chief that, and I think it's a tough question to put him on the spot on. Yeah. But
I think that I say that because ultimately that's the type of discussion or information we're going to need. So sure. Maybe if not here, at some point in this process.
Well, the reason I speak up is because I've already indicated that $726,000 into the Housing Trust Fund is sitting out there. It's sitting in our fund balance, and I made the decision to defer it until at a minimum November, maybe even longer. But if the board or the town wants to fund it instead, the money is there. It doesn't have to be cut from anywhere or materialized. It's sitting in our fund balance. It's used for these one-time purposes like a housing trust fund allocation. So, I know we're talking about $1 million, but if $726,000 goes away, we're not talking about $1 million anymore. So why do we keep talking about that number?
Well, why are we?
Well, but in addition, Mel, I think that number, again, the trust fund has a few $1 million in it. So it's not as if we turn it over the $726,000 to them immediately, they're going to spend it immediately. They're not. It's going to take some time to develop some proposals, et cetera. So if we leave it sitting there and we fund it when they need it, that makes more sense to me. In addition to which, I neglected to say before that, what would be the impact in terms of many of the programs that the police work on? They work on police involving education of our kids around drugs and other issues. They work with the senior center on issues. They work with victims of domestic violence and respond to violence prevention initiatives. So, what would be the impact? what would we be cutting? Would we be cutting riot gear, or would we be cutting programs that we value? And I don't know how much either of those things cost, but I would want to know before I voted for some sort of wholesale cut like that. I have no problem reimagining the police department. I have no problem looking for money from their budget. I have no problem with any of that. I just want to know more information.
So, Raul, in effect, your proposal is to cut, let's see, $285,000 from the police budget. You take out the $726,000.
The math I just did came out to 361,943, but
Okay, you
Yes, I
got a
did.
doctorate. You know better about math than I do. So
I use the calculators. I did not try to do that on my own.
yeah.
So yeah, 361,943 would be the total amount minus the, and I am, you know, Mel, like I mentioned, Mel and I were exchanging emails earlier before I got a chance to update this document. And you know, as long as we, you know, we have that commitment, you know, either whether it be in November or in the future to contribute that money to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, that satisfies me, certainly.
Well, it's already it's already sitting somewhere.
Right.
So I mean, it's not as if
Yep.
it has to be further appropriated.
Right. I'm satisfied with that.
Yeah. So. What? Okay. Any further discussion?
Is that a motion?
Not for me.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Bernard.
Not for me. I mean, what do you mean a motion?
No, I'm just wondering, are you taking motions and is Raul proposing that as a motion?
Are you?
I would like to after, but I, you know, of course, discussion first, but I'd like to. Or I can propose it as a motion, then we can see if there's any further discussion.
So are we not going to hear from the chief?
Mr. Kleckner.
You're muted, Mel.
You're muted, Mel.
How about the motion first?
Okay.
Right.
Raul, make your motion.
Sure. Make sure I'm not muted, and I'm not. I'd like to move that the FY 2021 Brookline police appropriation be reduced by $361,000 and $361,943. That the following changes be made to other FY 2021 appropriations. $10,715 that the school committee, with a recommendation that it be used to fund the BEEP shortfall. $79,728 to fund the hire of a community engagement specialist at the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. $41,500 for operational budget for the aforementioned Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations office, including professional technical services, office supplies, special program supplies, meals and receptions to support the implementation of the community engagement plan. Also for the same office, $60,000 to fund community engagement activities in each of the 17 other town departments, and $70,000 finally for the same office, Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations, to fund domestic violence prevention programs and staff. And that is the end of it. Bernard, you're right. When you're reading these things, it's a lot easier than it looks.
Yeah. You know, one concern I have with the appropriation to the school committee, and I think there is a fix for this. You know, we give money to the school committee. We don't tell them what to use it for. So we could give $110,000 and it could be used for, I don't know, whatever. So maybe the fix to that is, you know, with a condition to that appropriation. I don't know if someone had to tell me, you know, whether that's workable or whether that makes any sense.
Could I make a comment here before we
Yes.
go on with that? So a number of years ago, I think it was in around 1990 or 1991 or two, I'm not sure of the exact date. We didn't have a way of allocating money equitably across the departments, really. And there was a lot of tension and a lot of competition and a lot of unhappy feeling about which department got this and which department got that and who was favored and who wasn't favored. And we ended up coming up with a system of a school town partnership agreement. And we did that in order to reduce that tension and to give ourselves a guideline, a policy actually, of how we would manage our finances going forward. Well, it's been almost 20 years since we've been doing this. And I certainly think the negative effects of the reasons that we did it have largely disappeared. I think it's a much more healthy situation for our town than it was before that. So I would just ask Mel the question, what does this do to the partnership agreement? And how does it fall within it?
Well, the partnership agreement is in somewhat of a state of transition. We did use it for our initial FY21 budget allocation, and I think the understanding, we talked a lot of about this during the BVAC process, is that we're going to simplify it and make it more orderly and understandable. But as far as I'm concerned, it's still there. I mean, we do use it. We decided when I put my supplemental budget together, we used the same relative percentages that were derived in the school-town partnership formula. So we're still using it. I would say it's in a state of transition, but we did use it, and we have used it to develop the 21 budget.
So this would make a change to the formula, in other words.
Yes. Well, you're talking about moving money from within the municipal departments. If you're moving money within that, and it's a net zero, there's no net difference, that wouldn't impact.
Right, but this is not a net difference.
Right, you're moving money from town department to a school department.
Right.
And by the way, I don't believe there's any condition of appropriation that you can fashion that would absolve the school committee's responsibility to spend the bottom line the way they see fit. That's established in state law.
The other factor we should understand is that BEEP, to a large extent, supports at least a significant portion of itself by the fees it charges. And those fees have always been very, I don't know what they are exactly now, but they've always been favorable to the people who use it in terms of what else they could get in the community in terms of purchasing childcare in a different way. So I would want to know that there's been some analysis of the BEEP program, the shortfalls, why it is, is there some sort of opportunity to, and should the fees be raised, what's going on in the rest of the community, et cetera. And I'm a schools person, you know that. Having been on the school committee for 12 years, grandmother of 2 children who went through BEEP, love BEEP. I think it's wonderful. But we do need to do it within a context, I believe.
Okay. Anything else?
I wanted to jump in if I may.
Sure.
Well, I don't know whether excuse me, I don't know if there's going to be a second for Raul's motion. So part of this hinges on whether there's a second, and then if there's a second, it hinges on whether it gets 3 votes. If it does not get a second, or if it fails for lack of 3 votes, excuse me, I intend to propose the cut that I mentioned earlier, and that is the $182,387 as defined in Mel Kleckner's budget memo to us in the final paragraph of page 1. And I would point out a couple of differences between these 2 proposals. One is that essentially, now that we've taken out the 700 some odd thousand that was in the Affordable Housing Trust part of Raul's proposal, we're left with, by his calculation, over 300,000, of which 10,000 goes to BEEP. And if I heard him correctly, the remainder entirely goes to DICR, Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. Whereas the money I'm talking about, which would come from 20% cut in police department overtime, would go to DICR, veterans, and aging, and health. So you've got a much more sort of even spread of the funding between health, diversity, inclusion, and community relations, veterans, and aging under my proposal. And also, even though the amount of money for schools is small in Raul's proposal, I don't think at this time we should be putting any money from townside budgets into school budgets, because we haven't been asked to by the school committee. And so suddenly we're deciding how much money the schools need, even if they haven't asked us for the money. And they're in the middle of a negotiation right now, which there's a lot of moving parts to it. And if we start, just sort of arbitrarily pushing money across the table into the school's budget, I think we're going to throw those negotiations out of whack, because one side of the table is just going to wait for us to send them some more money before they make an agreement. So that's why I would propose mine as an alternative if Raul's fails.
What is the medium amount between yours and Raul's?
You're playing Solomon here.
Well, I mean, I guess, as far as I'm concerned, an amount of cut to the police budget, although I'd like to know what the impact will be, that's, within reason, doesn't need to include, what we're using it for. I mean, that's for the select board to, the select board to decide after town meeting, when we work with the town administrator to, adjust the budget according to, the money that is left there for, for various purposes. Is that an accurate statement, Mel? Am I?
Well, we have.
I guess the question is, how much leverage or how much power do we have to make these decisions, once the budget is passed by town meeting?
Well, you can obviously only spend what town meeting has appropriated. We appropriate the budget in large groups, personnel, services, expenses, essentially, and then capital equipment. So we'd at least have to have that breakdown. And then you're right, we would have to evaluate what that means. I mean, normally we do that in advance. When I put together my budget, I have an answer, what the impacts are going to be. And so I know we're going quickly. And frankly, I recommend that we take some more time and deal with it in November. But I do understand the urgency to this. So I would prefer to get answers even before town meeting, because people are going to ask those questions. What does this mean? So if the board wants to develop a certain amount of money for cuts or certain goals around cuts, let me know. I'll try to work it out.
What does that mean in terms of the upcoming town meeting?
I would get on the horn the first thing in the morning with the chief and Melissa and my budget people, and develop actual cuts or actual budget consequences for what we're talking about.
Okay, so
I mean, we've already, as you know, I don't want to mislead anybody. We've already cut $506,000 from the police department budget from the earlier FY21 budget. So I assume you're all aware of that.
Right.
So if I can just jump in, I understand the symbolism and what other communities are doing on this issue. Where I'm landing is, I think there is a very real possibility that COVID is going to come back with a real vengeance. And I just don't know what the consequences are if we cut into the police budget, and even if we cut into their overtime, what that will mean when we need them. If COVID does come back and everything starts to shut down and we need essential workers. So I think personally, I want to see how the rest of this year plays out before I start to cut budgets without really understanding what the consequences will be.
Okay, Raul, do you have a motion? I think we're at the point of a motion.
I've presented a motion.
Okay.
Yeah, he made his
Discussion
motion.
after the motion. I haven't heard any friendly amendments or even non-friendly ones, frankly.
Okay, John, did you want to make a friendly or non-friendly amendment?
Well, I would just ask, in terms of parliamentary procedure, what's the right way to go about this? Shouldn't we see if Raoul's motion fails for lack of a second, or if it fails for lack of 3 votes, and then I can propose my motion?
Okay. He has to make the motion first.
Well, he did make it.
I think he did make
Oh,
it.
okay.
He did make it. Yeah.
Is there a second?
Do I remember us ever asking for a second on a motion in the past?
I don't think we've, no.
Think we have.
Okay, so let's vote.
Okay.
Why do you think we need a second, John?
Because I
think
watch
Colin-
TV and they always ask for a second.
Wait, yeah, I think Robert's rules may require that, but we don't really operate on Robert's rules.
Yeah.
But at any rate, okay.
Whatever you think is the best procedure, I'm fine.
Okay, Raul has made a motion in the form of what he circulated, taking 1.087943 from the police department budget.
No, I think his motion was 300. He dropped the affordable housing piece. I think it was 361,000.
Okay, so you have to make that motion.
Right. It was 361,943.
Okay.
Yeah, I did read it the first time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 361,943 from the police department to various items that are listed in his memorandum to the select board. I guess all in favor. Let's see, Ms. Heller,
No.
Ms. Hamilton,
No.
Mr. Van Scoyac.
No.
Sorry, Raul. No. Chair votes no.
I like to go yes on the motion for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I really apologize. That was unintentional. I didn't mean to leave you out of the vote. Okay, so I mean, you can still submit that to town meeting by amendment, and I assume you're working with Scott and Anian to come up maybe with a joint one or some other.
Right.
Okay, now any other motions with respect to this particular issue?
Yes, I would like to offer my motion that there be a 20% cut in the police overtime budget, and that the amount of that cut be applied to the items that were mentioned in Mel's budget memo at the bottom of page 1, in the paragraph that said that there are cuts to health, diversity, inclusion, and community relations, veterans, and aging, amounting to a total of $182,387. So whatever portion of that could be covered with the funds from the 20% reduction in police overtime would be the motion.
Okay, now point of order, or not, point of information, sorry. Can we make a cut to overtime, or do we have to make a cut to the salary line item, Mr. Kleckner?
That's a good question. I know we're trying to staff both the select board and advisory committee meeting because you're both talking about the same things at the same time. But if Melissa is here, she could help clarify that. My understanding is that, we would cut it from the salary line item, but you would make it clear that's your intent.
Right.
And you, as opposed to, if you want to do that, you certainly can do that.
Okay. So after town meeting with this cut of whatever the amount is, we could, I guess by motion of the select board, say this should come out of the overtime budget. Is that correct?
That wouldn't be the motion. I don't think that would be the motion that went to town meeting because
Melissa's here.
No, I meant the select board motion afterwards. Okay, Melissa.
So if this motion is successful, we would amend table 2, which shows the categories of the police department budget by personnel, services, supplies, etc. And so we would reduce the personnel component by the amount that you're looking for.
Okay, so that, in effect, reducing the salary as opposed to overtime.
Yes.
And keeping in mind that the motion is an amount equivalent to 20% of
Okay.
the overtime. Yeah.
So
But let me ask you a question. I think Heather raised a very good point, which is that if we do have a resurgence of COVID and we need officers to help with that, with the pandemic in that way, then how are we going to put that back? How are we going to deal with it?
I would like to hear from the chief.
Mr. Kleckner, is Chief Lipson available?
is Chief on the line? Do you know, Devin?
No, we had only invited him to the miscellaneous,
Yeah,
but
so,
I can shoot him a
well,
text.
I thought we were going to talk about the budget later too. I was a little confused. The budget is on our agenda,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
whatever you want to do. I think Ms. Heller's question is if something happens that we don't anticipate, I think we would probably seek to find funding from the reserve fund.
Right. Okay, so the motion, if I'm stating it correctly, is for Mr. Van Scoyoc to reduce the overall or reduce the police department budget by what's the amount?
The equivalent of 20% of the line item for overtime.
Well, I did do that calculation, and it is we believe that amount of money is $166,066.
And John, just a note for you that we didn't include dispatch overtime as part of that calculation.
Because we don't have enough dispatchers right now. Is that correct, Melissa?
I believe we're fully staffed in dispatch, but we felt that was a division that may or may not be something that the board was desiring to cut, and considering the issues that have happened in that division in terms of keeping full staffing, I wouldn't recommend cutting overtime in that division.
Okay, what do you think about that, John?
Oh, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Could you read that number again, Mel, please?
166,066.
Any discussion of that?
I'll just note that the memo that John is referring to also mentions that the reductions that would be reversed says most of it was in equipment and services accounts. There is you can call it symbolism, but you cannot call this substantive. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's simply not. And there's no way around it.
I'm sorry, Raoul, but I disagree. I think in the moment we're in, if we don't do this, we know what the substantive response will be, is that we did nothing and that we don't care. And I think, unfortunately, this might be the best we can do under the circumstances, but it sends an important message.
Okay. Yeah.
In addition, I think we should point out that something that Mel and Melissa have been warning us about, which is that if we are want to qualify for federal money under especially under the CARES Act, but maybe in other places as well, those items, in order to be eligible, we can't have budgeted for those. So we have to be careful because we do expect additional money in those categories, and we want to make sure that we're entitled to it if it comes.
Any idea how much is in our reserve fund transfer balance?
Currently, right now?
There's currently 800,000 in the reserve fund, and I know that there's a pending request from both the school department and the DPW commissioner that will likely exhaust what's left in the fund.
But this is going forward.
Well, this is fiscal 20, so we only have 2 weeks left. Is that what your question was, Heather?
I just want to make sure that if COVID comes back and we've decreased the overtime by 160,000 and change, that there will be money accessible if we have to undo this.
Yes.
Well, I would imagine if we're calling people back because of COVID, they would be, those expenses would be eligible for money under the CARES Act if we have received any. So there's also that possibility. And that's, I think, why Mel was recommending we wait until November. But I understand the urgency of doing something now, and I don't object to it, but I do think that's a possibility, and we should recognize that.
And Heather, I would just add that in our fiscal 20 submission for CARES, we did submit overtime costs associated with needing to backfill for people who are out under quarantine, and that we expect to receive reimbursement for that shortly.
That makes me feel a lot better. Thank you, Melissa.
Okay. Let me add one thing. This $166,066 is not a lot, frankly. As a result, I don't think it's going to, substantially hurt the police department's budget, but it is symbolic, and sometimes symbolism is important, and it sort of sets up a process by which we can begin to look at shifting money from the police department budget to other areas that maybe we will continue to do as we go through this process, as this task force is pulled together and comes up with suggestions. So I mean, it's a symbolic amount. I'm willing to accept it because I don't think it does any damage, and it begins a process that will continue up into town meeting.
So you're going to call for the vote? Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So are you satisfied? Your motion has been presented.
I'm very satisfied. Thank you.
Okay. So all in favor of Mr. Van Scoyak's motion to cut $166,066 from the police department budget, which would be basically a cut in salaries or personnel, please indicate by saying aye. Ms. Heller.
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton.
No.
Mr. Fernandez.
No.
Mr. Van Scoyak.
Aye.
Okay, what does the chair say? I guess I'm going to say yes. I vote aye, so that passes. Not really satisfied with it, but I think that it's a start.
So I'm going to be going to the advisory committee meeting very shortly, and I will present this to them. And they also have some alternative proposals, more so around the CIP and reserves, that when we do take this item up on the agenda, we'll kind of wrap it all together, hopefully.
Okay, so that's our discussion regarding policing. Anything else people want to say about that? Okay, let's
yeah, sure. I just think, hey, like you mentioned, Chair, maybe it's a start, but I don't know that anybody in this board should be out there patting themselves on the back for what happened tonight. I think this is less than a half measure. And even now, I just feel like I've heard a lot about, a lot of reasons for inaction. And this is an example of the difficulty with our distributed model of leadership, which is a distributed model of accountability. And what we've seen in other communities is folks who are feeling a sense of responsibility and accountability step up and take major action. And they've also got budgets that need passing, and they've got the same questions and concerns that the town of Brookline does. I just think if anybody goes out there patting themselves on the back for the action that was taken tonight, I think, anyway, it's certainly not enough, and I'm hoping that at town meeting we see a whole lot more.
Well, that's
That's it.
where the discussion ought to be had. And also those other communities or cities, which is a huge difference.
Well, and if I may add, also, it's exactly what Mayor Walsh did in Boston, and it's nearly the equivalent amount of money of what Mayor Fuller did in Newton. So I'm not sure I understand why this is less significant than what's being done in other communities.
Well, maybe they shouldn't be patting themselves on the back either.
Maybe they shouldn't.
Well,
I don't think it's a question of whether we pat ourselves in the back. I mean, I think what we all recognize is that we need to go through a thorough budget process. I just don't think I think, at least for my part, I didn't want to do it in a way that we didn't understand the impact. And I think the impact to human beings as well as the impact to programs. And, if we're going to cut riot gear and not buy anything, that's fine with me. I have no problem doing that. But, when it comes to having officers engaged in the community to carry out their functions, then I want to know what that is, what we will lose.
I'll also just point out that it may seem like it is trickier to shoulder the burden and come to consensus in our style of government. But these same conversations were had, I'm sure, in our neighboring cities. They were just done behind closed doors and not over a virtual platform where everybody gets to see who's at the table and who's saying what.
Okay, let's move on. Next, public comment. Devin, I assume that there are a few people waiting to say their say about what we have done.
Yes, so there are 13 people signed up for public comment. The first person is Maya Sashua, and Maya, you've been promoted to a panelist. You're able to unmute yourself and share your video.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, good evening to all the members of the Select Board. My name is Maya Shashua. I'm a graduate of Brookline High School from the class of 2015. As well, I attended the Runkle School. And I'm here today in support of the recent proposals by Dr. Fernandez regarding policing in Brookline. And I believe truly that the efforts outlined by Dr. Fernandez must be a part of a larger move to redirect police funding towards social and health services, affordable housing, and our public schools. And it's been really interesting to listen to the discussion taking place this evening regarding these various proposals. And honestly, my main reaction is, I wish that I would have seen this degree of concern regarding a few police officers' job cuts when the public schools pink slipped over 300 teachers, disproportionately impacting teachers of color. I don't know what I would have done if that was my job. I'm also surprised to hear all this concern when Officer Pilot, as well as other members of the police and fire department, experienced blatant racism and ended up losing their job, as well as being engaged in longstanding litigation with this town, as well as with different members of this exact select board who are still on the board. I'm also really surprised to hear the degree of praise for policing in this town in light of the look I took at the 2019 year-end report. This town is 70% white and less than 4% residents who are Black. And of the arrests made in 2019, 40.2% were of white people, 33.8% were of Black people. Of the field interrogations, similarly, 45% were white people and 34.2% were Black folks. Those statistics don't really sit right with me. And I don't really believe that these statistics will change to a more proportionate representation of our town population based on one-off diversity and inclusion trainings or small amendments to policies. I believe they're going to change when structures of policing in this town actually change. And lastly, I agree with Dr. Fernandez that the cuts being proposed right now are not substantive because they don't have anything to do with the root causes of the problems of issues around police violence. Because what this conversation really I would hope would be is about what people actually experience in their relationships with the police rather than a gesture to the town, something like hanging a flag or banner. These things matter when they come from actually what the community and what the entire nation is saying, which is that there's something fundamentally wrong in these issues. And so rather than make just a symbolic gesture, I would love to see this conversation really be grounded in an understanding of wanting to start a compassionate and community-based effort to change the way we think about policing, similar to what Dr. Fernandez has proposed. And it's really disappointing to hear that this is basically just something that people are thinking of as a gesture, almost to put a Band-Aid over a wound, when I think this is a perfect opportunity for you all to step up in this moment that I know that I'm going to be asked about by my own kids one day, and say that you really did something to make a difference. So I would really call on all of you to think about how you could have a really substantive response to all of this that thinks deeply about the issues that we're facing and really makes a big change in this town, because I really believe that we need it. I've lived here for over 2 decades, and I think I have some pretty strong experiences that support the need for some real deep conversation. So I thank you for the time you're spending thinking about this, but I really urge you to take Dr. Fernandez's perspectives into consideration and really support those myself. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next person is Joan Langcourt. Joan, you've been promoted to a panelist and you can share your video.
Thank you. I wanted to read on behalf of the CDICR Community Engagement Committee that really does independently, but does support, what Dr. Fernandez had proposed. When the issue was raised about cuts in the proposed ODICR budget, your last meeting on June 11th, the reason given was that the cuts were because of the constraints placed on gatherings for the foreseeable future by COVID-19. Many of the programs that ODICR has traditionally supported wouldn't be occurring. And that may be true, but there was only passing acknowledgement by the select board of the many new responsibilities and work that ODICR has been asked to undertake. The office is now responsible for the design and implementation of the community engagement plan, for the work that is going to flow from the Racial Equity Advancement Fund, the work related to the RFP for the consultant to help implement essentially the GARE process, as well as the work emerging from the collaborative series of housing affordability forums that are being held, and the development of a citizen complaint process. Considered as a whole, this work reflects not only an enormous increase in workload for the office, but an essential shift in focus from a significant community relations focus to a focus on what is really the core of ODICR's mission, inclusion, the creation of a culture of inclusion for the town of Brookline. As a result of COVID-19, the fault lines on racial and economic inequities have been exposed. They're deep and deeply disturbing. Add to that the outcry over the multiple cruel and inhuman deaths of Black men and women at the hands of police, and it's really clear that Brookline can no longer afford to ignore the work needed to create a culture of inclusion. The changes needed are not just a tweak here and a nibble there. In the past couple of weeks, we've had multiple examples that illustrate not only the structural and policy changes that need to be made, but as in the case of the police, a fundamental reimagining. Just one case in point is a draft of the community engagement plan, the ongoing implementation of this plan, which embodies a major piece of cultural reimagining in how the town departments relate to the full range of community members. It's going to be more work than a dozen community relations events. The work is also going to require a new set of skills some of which the department does not already possess.
You have 30
Without
seconds,
the-
Joan.
Hmm?
You have 30 seconds.
Without hiring a community relations specialist, the chances of this plan succeeding are practically zero. So I really hope that you will figure out a way to fund the community relations specialist. Thank you.
And by the way, I forgot to mention, but we try to give everyone 3 minutes for the comments so that we can maximize the number of people who have an opportunity to make comments. So.
Susa Caldi is next for public comment. Your 3 minutes will start now.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to the members of the Select Board to speak. I've been a resident in Brookline for 11 years, and I have 2 kids in the public school system. This is my second public comment in a week, and I'm really appreciating the way our democratic institutions work in this town. There have been many forceful moral arguments made for reducing the police force in this country in the past few weeks. I'd like to, instead of repeating those moral arguments, draw your attention to a very pragmatic one as it applies to our town, based on actual crime statistics from our own police department's website. Last year, there were 117 violent crimes in Brookline, primarily in the assault category, the way you could think of that as like fights between people, right? There were also about 500 property crimes, with the great majority of them, 440, in the petty theft category, such as taking change from unlocked cars and shoplifting headphones. Altogether, there were in total 168 cases, this is from the police department website, that could be considered in the somewhat serious category, 168 cases. We also had, during this period, we spent $9 million on 133 patrol officers, lieutenants, and sergeants, 133. Now, if you just do a little math, divide those 2 numbers, what that means is we have about 1 officer, one of those officers, patrol officers, lieutenants, sergeants, per case per year. 1 officer per case per year. I cannot imagine that any of you elected leaders can make peace with that fact that we live in a town with such an ridiculous workload to a personnel ratio. And when we are thinking about how to do this cut, how to reduce personnel without leading to immediate layoffs of lots of people, if you don't want to go that way, there are other ways to do this. There are cash incentive programs for early retirement. That's what that was used at UMass Boston, where I work, to reduce personnel costs going forward. And a similar way could be considered for the police department, besides a hiring freeze.
You have 15 seconds.
I hope that if you're not convinced by the moral arguments that are being made, then you at least still appreciate this pragmatic one. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person for public comment is Evelyn Ophir. Evelyn, you've been promoted. And you can unmute yourself as well as share your video if you feel comfortable.
Okay. And also start video. Okay. Hi, you can't see me very well. That's unfortunate. It's okay. My name is Evelyn Ophir, and I've lived here for 35 years, and I've been a very quiet resident, I would say. And, you know, during this time, I've heard some unfortunate things that the police department has done. But I really haven't said anything, and I haven't made the effort to speak out. But I think because of what's going on around the country, I just feel I can't keep quiet. And I really, truly believe that this town needs to rise up to the occasion and really do what needs to be done in this country. And just know that we have to listen to the voices of the people who are talking about things and things and things that have happened. I think that's our first step, is to honestly listen. We have a thing in Judaism called Shema, our holy prayer. That's just the introduction, because really what I wanted to talk about was my support of Raul Hernandez's idea for a task force, rather than having an outside consulting firm. First of all, not even talking about the money. What an opportunity to bring people together to talk about things that they've experienced, things that they would like to do, what we would just reframe the way our lives work. People who really want their voices to be heard. And you know, I read the letter from the mayor of Newton, and he has also called for the formation of a similar task force. And this is what I feel about it, that it can serve as a positive step towards creating a true sense of community for all here in Brookline, and would provide a constructive forum to address underlying racial tensions that exist in the town. How truly healthy. I think we really want to think about the health of the town for all its community members. And I also believe that the task force would be an action-oriented group, which is what I really hear from the community, from people of color.
You have
that
30
they want
seconds.
action, and to come up with a plan to make the necessary reforms to the Brookline Police Department. I very much appreciate this opportunity to address my concern to the Brookline Select Board, and this is the first time I've ever done anything like this. So thank you.
Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Sam Pollock. Sam, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute yourself, share your video.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a BHS grad of 2017. Rayshard Brooks, Tamir Rice, Laquan McDonald, Maurice S. Gordon, Terrence Crutcher, Alton Sterling, Stefan Clark, Philando Castile, Elijah McLean. These are all the names of Black lives that were taken by police officers caught by body cameras and or dash cameras. And it is not an exhaustive list. Their names have become a reminder to us that police reform strategies, such as required body and dash cameras and civilian review boards, are not comprehensive strategies to end police violence. They do not work. While they may hold law enforcement accountable in the aftermath of misconduct, these names prove that these tactics do not prevent misconduct from happening in the first place. And isn't that the goal? Not to hold police accountable for violence and harassment, but to altogether end violence against Black men and women. Furthermore, body and dash cameras are not any means of accountability if they remain under the control of the very police department that is deploying them. That is to say, if we really want to talk about body cameras as measures of accountability for police officers, they should be under the control of an independent body and not the police institution that we very well know throughout the country covers up their own fatal mistakes. Reformation policies like body cameras and civilian review boards are only as effective as the accountability mechanisms in place, which is to say, what will a civilian review board accomplish if police unions continue to hold more political power than them? What will they accomplish if the criminal system of injustice continues to acquit the Darren Wilsons of this country? Police reformation puts band-aids on bullet wounds. If police violence is a bullet wound, the police is the bullet. You cannot fully heal a bullet wound without first removing the bullet. That is why I, like many others, am calling for the 15% cut of the Brookline Police Department as a starting point for the eventual abolition of a failed institution. You worry about police officers losing their jobs, but what about the 30 Brookline public school teachers, most of whom are of color, who have already been laid off due to COVID? Is this a town that prioritizes policing over teaching? Are police officers more important than our teachers? If anything, these past few weeks have proven to the nation that the institution of policing is one that is obsolete. It does not prevent crime, it commits it. It does not believe rape, it denies it. It does not protect communities, it harms them. Brookline has the opportunity to be a pioneer in imagining a police-free future. We have the means, the money, the brains, the heart. We must funnel money away from an obsolete racist institution and into institutions that do have the potential for real utopian change. Our public schools, housing, public health, and mutual aid. This is the obvious answer. It is the only answer.
You have 10 seconds.
We are watching. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Scott Ananian. Scott, you have been promoted to a panelist. You can share your video if you feel comfortable and unmute yourself.
Hello, Select Board. I hope you can
Hello,
hear me.
Scott.
This is not my first time addressing the Select Board, but it is the first time addressing it via Zoom, I think. So, hello. My name is Scott Ananian. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 10. And I'll offer my congratulations to Mr. Van Scoyoc, because I think this is the first time I'm addressing him as a Select Board member as well. As you know, I've been an advocate for robust civilian oversight of police forces for quite some time now. The response that we don't need to actually codify common sense provisions like banning chokeholds does not surprise me. As a Select Board, it is your responsibility to establish police department policy, and I applaud the chair's efforts to do so. It is impossible to know what to change in matters of policy and otherwise without knowing where we are. And I would like to applaud Officer Casey Hatchett, who's a town meeting member from Precinct 12, and the others who are involved in getting federal JAG funding to track and publish statistics on how race affects various categories of policing. You can read the results of that work in the annual reports published by our police department. Unfortunately, the published results show that we do still have quite some way to go. If you consider only resident arrests, as a Black resident of Brookline, you are 5.5 times more likely to be arrested by our Brookline police than you would be as a white resident of Brookline. For field interrogations, stops basically by the police, 52% of the non-residents questioned were Black. Our neighbor Boston is only 23% Black, and Brookline is only 3.4% Black. So that's quite a disparity as well. We need to address this, and I don't think we need to rectify this disparity by arresting more white people. We need to do it by reducing the number of arrests. I brought a budget amendment forward with Raul, but the budget amendment is just a mechanism to express our priorities as a town. Given that all town departments require cuts this year, what do we cut most deeply? Our schools, our libraries, and what do we spare? What is the most pressing issue for the town in most need of our scarce funds? School teachers, as has been said before, are being laid off. The idea that we can all escape the storm unscathed seems unrealistic. The amendment Raul and I propose simply rebalances our priorities by shifting some funds, and I look forward to having that discussion about priorities at town meeting. But tweaking the budget doesn't solve the systemic issues with policing. I strongly endorse the Select Board Task Force because the issues deserve careful study, but the discussions on the task force must be considered seriously and result in effective change. Removing discretionary traffic enforcement from the police department, revisiting the civil service requirement for officers, and aggressively renegotiating the police union contract this summer are the steps that, in my opinion, can most improve policing in Brookline. These are issues which are the responsibility of the Select Board. I encourage the task force to study them and the Select Board to step up and implement the resulting recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person signed up for public comment is Stephen Vogel. Stephen, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can feel free to unmute yourself and share your video if you feel comfortable.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm Steve Vogel. I'm Precinct 5 resident, and I'd like to also talk about our issues of policing. I think we are all lucky and blessed in Brookline that we have not experienced any of the horror that has happened in Minneapolis, Atlanta, New York City, Ferguson, just to name a few. But as Scott just recently mentioned, that doesn't mean there aren't problems with racism and policing in Brookline. Whether, probably most of it is unconscious bias as compared to overt racism, but those things leave substantial marks on people, and moreover, those are the type of things that then end up causing overreactions by people that end up becoming criminalized. It's a chain reaction. One thing causes another at times. I'm glad to hear that Brookline is going to have a task force. Some of the things that I think that need to be discussed in this task force would include requirements of body cams, dash cams, reevaluations regarding rules of stopping people. What is probable cause? And how that could be redefined so that just because you're Black and walking around in a neighborhood doesn't mean that that's probable cause and suspicious and you can be stopped. I think we need to examine what police are needed for and what behavioral health and domestic violence counselors can substitute and do a way better job by that way. Which is not to say that police are not needed, that arms are not needed, but we have to recognize when they're important and when they're not important. And we have to give real data-driven assessments of what type of incidences require police response with and what requires social service response.
You have 30 seconds.
Okay. I also lastly, I just want to say that I'm very disappointed in the select board's vote this evening. Part of the reason what Raul suggested was shifting money to the Office of the Communities Development and Community Relations to actually address some of the issues that Black residents have in the town as compared to a more piecemeal sort of distribution of funds that John Van Scoyoc seemed to have proposed, if I understood it correctly. Thank you.
All right, the next person scheduled for public comment is Deborah Brown.
Deborah, are you there?
I don't know. It looks like she may have gotten bumped out of the meeting. She was just here, but we can always circle back to her when she rejoins. The next person is Josh Anyaosa. Josh, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute yourself and share your video if you feel comfortable.
Get my video. Hi, everyone. Can everybody hear me? Testing my video.
We can, thank you.
Okay. My name is Josh, and if most of you probably know me, I've been standing on Boylston Street across from Old Lincoln Street, on Lincoln School with my daughter protesting police brutality. I took part in the march this Saturday in front of the library with my daughter. My daughter spoke. It's unfortunate that a 14-year-old and 11-year-old can speak in 2020 about racial inequalities and racial profiling. You know, I came here feeling very upset and angry. And I'm leaving this Zoom meeting feeling depressed and in despair of everything that has gone here. This is white privileges we're talking about here. This here, because if people who died were white women or white men, the next day they would have enacted laws to prohibit African-American policemen to join the force. I'm saying that for sure. We don't know the effect of racial profiling, how it affects we African-American, Black people, people of color. I support Fernandez. I thought it was even not enough. It's not enough for policing Brookline, for restricting how police profile minorities in Brookline and people of color. I think I've spoken to a lot of people And it amazes me how little they know about racial profiling and systemic racism. And it reinforces that idea in Massachusetts that Brookline is one of the racist towns in Massachusetts. And looking at this meeting, it just confirms that. You don't know how Black people feel when they hear that siren, when they see a cop. There's been stories of women calling cops on 12-year-old African-American boy walking down the street.
You have 30 seconds.
Okay, I have 10 seconds, but I would say I didn't get anything from this. I mean, I feel scared for my life living in Brookline, and my kids too. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Jess Hamilton. Jess, you've been promoted to a panelist and you can unmute yourself and show your video.
Hi. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Jess Hamilton. I'm a Brookline resident. I've only lived here for 2 years. And this has been a really sort of enlightening evening for me, listening to everyone speak. I just want to, I guess, start with saying how disappointing I think, and frankly kind of embarrassing, the budget motion that passed this evening is. That's not enough. I mean, it is everyone kind of trying to pat themselves on the back, and it really doesn't mean anything. I think that the kind of budgetary conversation that's happening is, understandable. You have to be responsible, but the town is, 70% white, and that didn't happen on accident. That's the result of sort of systemic inaction and systemic action. And I wholeheartedly support Dr. Fernandez's task force to kind of reimagine policing in Brookline. I'm just afraid that that task force, or I would just urge you to not let that task force turn into something that becomes a lot of discussion and doesn't turn into action. The independent reviews of, police complaints, the body and dashboard cameras, I think that's all great. I think you're speaking about quality of life calls. There's no reason that someone's going out to respond to a noise complaint or smoking in public with a gun on their side. We don't need to be sending people out. Most of these calls, apparently 100 calls a year is all we really need. I think that, a lot of this, I don't know. I appreciate you're having the conversation, but I think it's really important that it not just be the conversation. And I think you need to give more. You shouldn't be taking credit for making a big action tonight by reducing the overtime budget by 20%. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Emmy Takanami. Emmy, you've been promoted to a panelist and you can choose to unmute and share your video if you're comfortable.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
You might be
My
in
name
on a
is Amy
couple.
Takanami, and I'm currently a Brookline resident and an alum of Brookline High School class of 2012. I just want to second Dr. Fernandez's comments, especially regarding how this proposal represents less than a gesture towards addressing what is absolutely a crisis in Brookline and the entire country. Last week, you all promised that raising the Black Lives Matter flag at our town hall would be a sign of action to come and not a mere symbol. Today, you have shown that that was a lie to all of us, but most importantly, to our Black residents and community members. Proposing next to nothing is almost more insulting than doing nothing. And for you all to sit there defending this decision as if it has any substance, as if it comes remotely close to meeting the urgency this moment demands, as if the lives of our Black community members are not in danger, and as if it's happening in a world totally divorced from the one we live in, where we're able to fire teachers without blinking an eye, but can barely muster cutting the equivalent of one single police officer's salary and count it as a victory is frankly disgusting. Someone here brought up Boston and Newton. Boston is failing in this moment. Newton is failing in this moment. And now Brookline is also failing in this moment. I want to be clear that this decision means that we're all comfortable with more Black lives being lost. We have the ability to do more, and it will not be forgotten that in this unprecedented moment, you all couldn't even do the bare minimum. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next person signed up for public comment is Emma Nash. Emma, if you could use the hand raise feature to identify which account, there you
are. Hi, sorry that there are so many Emma Nashes in this meeting. I had a lot of comments that I was gonna say, and I kind of threw them out because I was so stunned by the contemptuous that the board has shown in this meeting to citizen engagement in town politics. Earlier, Bernard Green called the emails that he's been receiving cut and paste emails, and I don't know if the board knows what grassroots political campaigning looks like in the 21st century, but it looks a lot like those cut and paste emails. Secondly, a lot of people have brought up who would be cut on the police force. Well, I can give you one, school resource officers. There's lots and lots of data that shows that school resource officers don't actually make schools safer. And even a board that is so cautious and data-driven and politically quietist as this one should be able to go on Google and look that up. You know, so if you want to make schools safer, you can invest that resource in mental health counselors rather than in school resource officers. So I've given you an idea. Feel free to run with it. Yeah. No, so that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, the next person signed up for public comment is Satchel Sai. Satchel, you've been promoted to a panelist.
Hi. I just wanted to, sorry, my mom's in the same room with that's why there's the echo. I'm Satchel. I'm graduated from Brookline High School last year. I just wanted to say I wasn't planning to speak at this meeting, but after hearing what everyone said, it made me really feel like I had to speak. First of all, I'm just deeply disappointed by the inaction by the select board today. The fact that you are making a less than 1% cut to the Brookline police after there's a mass uprising in this entire country protesting the injustice of our whole policing system, and your response is, oh, okay, we're gonna cut the police by 1%. And the thing that you are most worried about is, oh, a police officer might lose their job, when Brookline police are the most, we have such a huge police department. Our town has 21.9 police officers per 10,000 residents. That's more than any of our comparably wealthy towns. Even Belmont has 17.9. Wellesley has 13.4. We have so many more police than we need. And so I find it crazy that you all think that you can say all the right things and then just take no serious action. It's very disappointing. And yeah, that's kind of all I had to say. I was at the meeting of the select board a couple of years ago when you all voted to fire Officer Pilot and Officer Z. And then when people came for public comment, I know that not all of you were on the board at the time, but when you came for public comment, you all just left. And so I think that culture of not listening to your constituents has not changed. And it really has shown a lot today. So yeah, thank you. and please actually make a change.
Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Rachel Eber. Rachel, you've been promoted to a panelist. You are able to unmute yourself and share your screen if you feel comfortable. Oh, you need to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Okay, my name is Rachel Eber. I was raised in Brookline. I went to Lawrence Elementary School and graduated BHS in 2017. And I really agree with Select Board Member Fernandez and a lot of the other speakers tonight that this is really not at all the time for a symbolic gesture of defunding. Now there's a very large deficit in the school budget. This is actually a perfect time for real meaningful cuts in our police department. And yeah, as some of the other speakers have already said, it's really unconscionable that Brookline would prioritize police officers being employed instead of our educators, many of whom are educators of color that are really essential to our town. I think that Raul Fernandez's proposal to cut the police budget is definitely a step in the right direction, and I'm really disappointed that everyone shot that down and urge you all to reconsider. And so in addition to the fact that the police officers make up the highest paid town employees, as Satchel just said, Brookline is way more heavily policed than it needs to be. And furthermore, the Brookline Police Department outright discriminates against Black people. And this is really not a debate, it's just a fact. Black residents of Brookline are disproportionately stopped and arrested by the police. And police officers of color have spoken up about discrimination within the police department itself and have been largely ignored. And I think it's ridiculous that Brookline has spent over $400,000 on settling discrimination complaints rather than just addressing the issues. And I think it's a huge waste of money. And as Sam said, attempts to reform the police have been going on for years, and yet Black people continue to be murdered by the police. So I don't think that we should be just discussing about reforms because it's clear that defunding is what we really need to do since the reforms don't work. Yeah, so the proposed police budget is $17.5 million. Meanwhile, the public schools are facing a $500,000 deficit. And it honestly just seems kind of obvious to me that we should take money away from the police department, which
30 seconds.
That actively harms Black members of our community. And we should keep our essential educators, people who really make a positive change in our communities, employed. So I am urging you all to support a 15% reduction in the Brookline Police Department's budget. Yeah, it's not the time to make symbolic changes that just continue the status quo because, yeah, thanks for listening.
So the next person we have signed up for public comment is Anne Greenwald. It no longer looks like she's in the meeting, but if she rejoins, I'll promote her. The person after that is Mark Levy. Mark, you have been promoted. You can unmute yourself and share your screen if you're comfortable.
Hi, this is Mark Levy. I won't impose my image upon you. I'm not ashamed to be seen. I've been seen in front of cameras more times than I even think about in town business, but I'll save you the horror for one night. I have to disagree with most of the people who have spoken before in one sense. The budget is not where it's at. Defunding the police is not where it's at. The police have a culture nationwide that is in many ways toxic and in many ways discriminates against Black people and people of color generally. Brookline is not an island entire to itself. We are part of the continent, part of the main. And the police department is also not an island. This town has a toxic culture. when it comes to racism. We don't recognize the degree of which this town has systemic racism. And that is just playing the bottom of the problem. When Black people say that they've been harassed, unlike most other people who have white privilege, I would like to say, well, they're exaggerating. When I hear it over and over and over again, and the statistics raised by the police and by other studies prove that it's true, I can't ignore it anymore. But I also have to link that to the go along to get along culture that Brookline has. It's very hard for a board of selectmen or any individual administrator or town officer to buck the police union. They're strong, they're well organized, they know what they want, and they're not shy about letting people know about it. But as long as we don't recognize that we're all complicit, that racism is part of our national heritage, is part of Brookline's heritage, we're not getting anywhere. Cutting $5 million or $1 million or $100,000 in police budget doesn't do diddly squat. It's rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. We have to get to a place where the culture of Brookline and Brookline town government changes drastically. We've had plenty of studies about police complaints in the past. We've never made any progress with them. We've had people outraged by stories told, and we've had people pledge, we're going to do better. And
you have 30 seconds.
We don't see the change. So sin not to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Ryan Black. Ryan, you can unmute yourself.
There we go. I think I'm unmuted now.
Yes.
Good. I'm going, so many other speakers have said that what the select board doing is not enough. And frankly, just bad short-sighted governance. For instance, I simply don't understand how it makes sense to give a single teacher a pink slip or make a cut to any other social service or community program when, as past commenters have noted, we have so many police officers relative to the little amount of crime we have in town. And also just way more police officers per 10K residents than towns like Newton, Needham, Belmont, Somerville. We just have way more police officers relative to the number of citizens. And the other thing to note is we may very well be heading into another economic recession. I mean, that's not news to anyone, but I think now is the time to invest, not divest from education or community programs, because A, we got to be doing all we can, the best prepare kids for what might be the most unfriendly of economies. And B, now's the time to address economic inequality through education, like via programs like provide laptops to like low income students. I also want to second other ideas past commenters have brought up, like using the negotiation of the police union contract to like push for certain civic goods. The idea that we don't need someone who is armed to respond to the amount of 911 calls they do, that we shouldn't compare ourselves to Boston and Newton when they're also failing right now to do the right thing. And also, like someone brought this up idea, but the idea of hiring more mental health counselors for schools instead of more police officers is a really smart idea. It just from a good policy perspective, it makes sense. I'll close by saying I've seen proposals floating around that defunding the Brookline PD by 15%. I'm not sure if that's the same proposal people have been talking about with Dr. Fernandez. I imagine it is, but I think defunding by 15% is a good start. I asked the select board members to center actual public needs in budget and policy decisions. And in this case, I think that frankly involves moving money from the police budget to needs like education. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Genevieve Prier. Genevieve, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute yourself and share your video if you're comfortable.
Hi, thanks very much. My name is Genevieve Prier.
I've been a resident of Brookline in Precinct 12 since 2006. I want to voice my support for substantive and meaningful steps to defund the Brookline Police. Brookline is not a town that requires the excessive level of police funding that passed this evening. I support the measures proposed by Select Person Dr. Raul Fernandez and the broader budget and other reforms demanded by Brookline Budget Justice. And I want to voice my strong disagreement with the decision that the Select Board has made tonight. I think it's important to note that the police don't keep us safe in Brookline. You don't need to look any further than the police blotter in the Brookline tab to recognize all of the non-policing jobs that Brookline police officers do: animal control, noise complaints, public urination. I could continue, but I think we all recognize that we do not need the embarrassing level of overfunding of the police force in this town. Our select men should be leading and not following on these issues. Shame on us if we're willing to hang a Black Lives Matter banner in front of Town Hall, but we're not willing to take even the most modest steps towards defunding our police department. Also, I wonder where the rest of the select people have gone. John Van Soyak and Nancy Heller, are you still here? This is
Yes, they're still here.
an essential dialogue that really matters. Along those lines, Bernard Green, please know that the email that I sent you on June 6th before our town election was not cut and paste. Since I didn't receive a response from you, I felt it would make sense to read it to you and the other select board members now. Dear Mr. Green, I am a Brookline resident and a parent of a current BHS 11th grader and a recent BHS graduate in the class of 2019. I wanted to share my high level of concern regarding the proposed cuts to the budget of the Brookline Public Schools, which, if they go forward as planned, will result in the loss of one of Brookline's most irreplaceable resources, its educators. At the same time, I have followed with dismay the longstanding pattern of racism within the Brookline PD and the Brookline FD, and believe that both departments require long absent oversight and accountability, including immediate action to defund the Brookline PD. I am outraged that as we drastically cut the BPS budget, we continue to fund the Brookline PD at a level that far exceeds the need for its services.
You have 30
This
seconds.
funding supports a well-known and widely acknowledged pattern of racist police practices that should not be tolerated. I look forward to supporting candidates for town meeting and board of selectmen who are committed to meaningful change and who will work on our behalf to dismantle the white supremacist power structures that have been allowed to exist in Brookline for too long. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next person who has requested public comment is Chiuba Obele. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute yourself and share your video if you're comfortable.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for giving me your time and attention. I want to just say that I am, it's a sad day just because, I really believed you guys when you said that flying that Black Lives banner was just more than a symbol, that it would be the beginning of real systemic change in Brookline. And so far, that has not been the case. I think that our priorities are a little out of whack. The fact that we are laying off teachers, but we can't even talk about sensible budget cuts to the police funding, it just seems wrong. It just seems wrong. And I say this at a time when the nation is standing up to the evils of police brutality. I think that Brookline needs to do better. Brookline deserves better. The Black people of Brookline, like myself, we deserve better. I'm sure you've heard about my lawsuit against the town, and trust me, that's the last thing I want to do. What I want to see are not settlements. I don't want to see headlines about racism in the police department. I want to see real change. I want to see people come together. I want to see us reimagine public safety. I don't think people should respond to nuisance calls with firearms and guns. I don't think people should be racially profiled. And I think Brookline is over-policed, and we need to reimagine how we spend our tax dollars. Enough is enough, people. I know your job is not easy, and you probably aren't given enough credit, but you have to listen to the people. You're fed up. I am fed up, and I am tired of racism. And I am asking you to do more for my sake and for the sake of everyone who looks like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Kia Vanderziel.
That was great. It was moving. Could you switch your chair?
Kia, you've been promoted and you can unmute yourself as well as share your video if you're comfortable.
Actually, it's Kaya Vanderziel, town meeting member from Precinct 15 and a member of the Commission for Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. I want to voice my disappointment in the Select Board's inability to see itself clear to support Raul Fernandez's amendment to the budget, even after he changed it quite dramatically, in my view. I'm disappointed in the discussion that I heard from the rest of the people on the Select Board. You have to realize that, of course, you do, I'm sure, that the police department it is the department in the town, I'm not talking with schools, in the town that has the largest budget dollar-wise. Budgets are moral documents, as people say, so we say what our priorities are. I've also been working with Joan Lancourt and several other members of the commission on the community engagement plan. A lot of work has gone into this. I'm not trying to say that I was a major mover on it. I'm kind of the community person reading it to see if it made sense to people who really are not that versed in this sort of thing. It was a fair amount of work mainly on other people's part. And it's meaningless without a community engagement specialist to advance what is needed. And in terms of what we need with the police department, I think Raul's idea of reimagining the police force is very important. And of course, part of that is for the community to tell us what they see they need to make us safe. We're tired of hearing from the police what they see that our community needs to keep us safe. And one other comment I'd just like to make, you let us speak, but I don't think you're listening. Thank you.
All right, the next person we have signed up for public comment is Helene Thayer. Looks like we promoted you. It might be a little slow to pick up. You're able to unmute yourself and share your video if you're comfortable.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I lost my connection. Can you take someone else while I try to get my connection back and bring me up next?
Do you want to just give your comment now? Or do you want to share your video?
Here it is. Okay. Now what? What are we supposed to do?
Read your comment.
Oh, all right.
We just can't see you.
All right. Sorry. Well, I couldn't make the system work here. Yeah, I guess you can hear me now. So the thing is, some people were talking about a massive change in attitudes, and I totally agree. The problem with that is it's so far has been a failure, and it's been a failure around the country, and it's very hard to do, and that would be great. For that reason, I think at this moment, the best thing to begin with is accountability, because I do think if we have a different process for keeping the police accountable, at least we have a prayer that they're going to behave in a different way. and we can start with better behavior and then move on to better attitudes, I hope. But one of the things that I heard on a program in NPR was that the police unions do have a big role to play in whether complaints are, you know, how they're handled and how they're ended and what the end point is of those complaints. So that's why I think what we really need here is to take the policing out of the police department. We are now in a prison of policing, of police policing themselves. We have to get out of that prison somehow, and we need to do it by creating some sort of other way for complaints to where everybody can hear and see what is going on, and where maybe some changes can happen because now we have a little bit of accountability. So there's just one other thing I wanted to say. Yeah, when Chuba and I were in court a lot in 2017 and 18, he was arrested due to various things that happened in my home. The police were here 7 times. They didn't give us satisfaction in the reason we called them, which was about threats. And he ended up being arrested. So we went to the court a lot. And I went to the court also for my eviction of the roommate that accused him of assault. And I saw nothing but Black people in the courtroom. It was like over 50%, I swear. It had to be 60 or 70% of the people appearing before the court were Black. And I'm thinking, where do these people come from? Where do they live? How did they get here?
You have 30 seconds.
It's insane. It's just crazy. We do have to change something. And I think citizen accountability is necessary here to look at what happened in each case.
Thank you.
Sure.
The next person signed up for public comment is Emily Trelstad. Emily, you are able to unmute yourself and share your video if you're comfortable.
Hi, my name is Emily Trelstad. I'm a very recent graduate of Brookline High School, and I spoke at the last select board meeting, and I wasn't planning on speaking at this one either, but I was literally just walking around town and decided to tune in, and was moved so much that I decided to make a quick comment. And I realized that I'm very late to the game, and so I feel like, again, I won't say as much new, but I think what I do want to say is that I am, again, extremely disappointed in the select board and its decision tonight in this budget allocation. And I would just ask and even implore the select board members to listen to Black leaders in our community, some of whom organized a protest called Wake Up Brookline. And I think y'all really need to take some of that advice to the heart. Like, we need to wake up. These measures at the time I've been in Brookline, which has been about 3 years, I've seen this kind of faux progressive liberalism in which you do absolutely the bare minimum, even if I could call what happened tonight the bare minimum. Pat yourselves on the back and call it a day, lay it down and wait for public kind of comment and anger and discussion to die down and excuse your inaction. And I would warn against that. And I do not think, and I know for me, that this organizing does not stop here, and it won't stop. And expect to take more action now. You can hide behind not getting to look at the numbers long enough or needing more information, but I promise that there will be massive mobilization around the country, and especially in Brookline, especially if I have anything to say about it. And again, ask and implore you to read and listen to Black abolitionists who have been doing this work for years, and understand that you can talk about allocation of money, but really this work comes down to understanding that money needs to come away from police and into these, into programs, into social work in our communities. Cops should not be essential workers. I don't know why we would call cops essential workers. People with guns do not need to be taking care of communities in the ways that we should call them essential. That is not how it should work. And other ways to reinvigorate what it means to have community care and care for each other and have public safety beyond the bounds of a racist and oppressive white supremacist institution. And with that, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Megan Levine.
Hi, this is Megan Levine. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Great. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 3. I want to thank Dr. Fernandez for asking people to speak up. I've been listening in on the last two select board meetings, and I'm not comfortable with more Black lives being lost because of our inaction. Traditionally, Brookline doesn't do just symbolic gestures when it comes to policy, as some described our own actions tonight. Here in Brookline, we were the first in the state to ban plastic bags. We were the first in the state to ban oil and gas from new construction. Those are not symbolic half measures, and making those choices, which aligned with our stated progressive values, also had financial implications. I don't want Brookline to be known for being the first in the state for doing nothing but a symbolic gesture during this historic time. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comments. Sorry, I have a really old wireless mouse that likes to freeze up during this time. Is Jeffrey Benson. Jeffrey is our last public comment for the evening. Jeffrey, you've been promoted. You can unmute yourself and share your video if you are comfortable.
Thank you. I'll start that. Hi, everyone. I'm Jeffrey Benson. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 3. I've lived in Brookline for 24 years as a school principal. But I'm calling tonight because I have a particular perspective. I'm the son of a cop. And I was brought up with the myth about police that police only use force when that was necessary, and that anything beyond that required so much paperwork and you get in so much trouble. But over time, I've learned another lesson from my dad, which is that being a cop is scary. And the scariest thing is not having the support of your fellow police. It's really difficult for police to speak up because you go out on patrol or you go out to your shift and you don't know if your partner is going to back you up or not. It may, in fact, in part explain to you why there's such a disproportionate number of people of color who have been stopped by the police, and yet there's no internal uproar about that. And that won't happen internally. It never happens internally. It's too scary. So I want to support the larger movement to reimagine police, to have a task force that looks comprehensively at how we can help police do the job we ask them to do, that scary job. I'm not saying we don't need police, but I want to urge you that it won't take a little bit of work, but it's going to take a huge overhaul, and I support Select Board Person Fernandez's efforts to do all that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that was the last public comment. It is 8:25, and we have a deep, long agenda left. So let's go through this fairly quickly. Question of approving the following minutes, June 2nd, 2020. I understand that June 11 is being deferred. Still some work to be done on that. So just June 2nd, 2020. Any questions regarding these minutes? Hearing none. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac? Mr. Van Scoyac? Looks like he said aye.
I was not on the board at that time.
Okay, so you need to abstain.
Abstain.
Okay. And chair votes aye. Next item 6B, question of approving and executing contract for Clinton Road. That's going to be deferred also. Next, 6C, question of awarding and executing contract PW 2017 traffic signal improvements at Chestnut Hill at Dean Road and Carlton Street at Monmouth Street. Charles Contracting Company, Inc. of Watertown in the amount of $828,212. I understand Commissioner Pepper Sturgeon is available to go through this with us. Am I not correct? Mr. Kleckner, would you like to?
The commissioner is here.
Oh, okay. Commissioner. So these are street infrastructure items. Tell us why they're priority in this budget crunch period.
Andy, you're on if you'd like to answer, respond to the questions around 6C.
It looks like you're unmuted, but you might need to check your audio settings. You can do that with the microphone in the bottom left corner and then switch to computer audio or headphones, whatever you have. There's a little up arrow next to the microphone all the way to the left.
Well, let me take that on while Mr. Pepper Sturgeon attempts to get online. I know he's been down at the advisory committee also this evening. There are some existing contracts within the CIP that have been appropriated. They are for traffic signal improvements at these at this major intersection, Dean and at two intersections, Chestnut Hill at Dean and Carlton at Monmouth. As we've said before, we are not proposing to defer any capital projects that have some traffic safety or traffic calming aspects, and these projects would certainly fit into that category of priority.
Any questions from the board? None. Okay. I move approval of contract number PW 20-17 for traffic signal improvements at Chestnut Hill at Dean Road and Carlton Street at Monmouth for Charles Contracting Company, Inc. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye, sorry,
Okay.
trying to save my bandwidth here.
Okay. Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair Van Scoyac?
Aye.
And Chair votes aye. Ms. Heller, why don't you turn off your video? Maybe that would save bandwidth.
Yeah, I have done that as well, so I will do it again now.
Okay, next, question of executing PW 1922, contract amendment number 3 with Lyro Group. Demolition phase design services for emergency demolition of the Davis Path footbridge. $110,500. Commissioner Pepper Sturgeon, would you like to say anything about this? Still having audio.
All right,
problems.
so let me take this one up. So this is the for the demolition of the Davis Path footbridge, which was deemed to be unsafe. And you've already actually approved a contract with Lyro Group to design this project, but unfortunately, between the time you approved the projected cost and the actual cost of this contract, it's been increased by $110,500. Is that the total amount of the project? 110,500? Yes. So that's the total amount. And as Commissioner Pepper Sturgeon was at the advisory committee earlier this evening to seek a further reserve fund transfer for this purpose. So we want to get this footbridge removed immediately, and it will require this particular contract amendment.
It's a safety issue.
The footbridge has been deemed unsafe.
All right. Okay. Any questions?
Could I ask a question about that?
Sure.
Have they begun the demolition? Or are they going to do that the second week of the MBTA shutdown?
That's correct.
Okay.
Second week, yeah.
Okay, all in favor of contract amendment number 3 with Lyro Group for the demolition phase design services for the demolition of the Davis Path Footbridge, $110,500. Ms. Heller,
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton,
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez,
Aye.
Mr. Benskoyak,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Next, question of approving and transmitting to the advisory committee. Reserve fund transfer for emergency demolition of the Davis Path Footbridge at the request of Commissioner Pepper Sturgeon in the amount of $350,000. So give us some background here.
Sure. That is actually the matter that the commissioner was at the advisory committee this evening. So the prior vote was to authorize a contract amendment for the design engineer. 6E is the proposed vote to enhance or to increase the reserve fund transfer because this project is going to exceed the earlier cost projections. So,
what is the amount of, what's the total cost for this?
Yeah,
I thought $110,000. At least not.
$110,000 was the design fee for designing the specifications for a contractor to demolish it.
Okay, so the additional amount is $110,000
for the design.
Right.
Let me see if I can grab the materials here, but looks like to me the total contracting cost is going to be, well, I see $650,000 is the proposed budget for the contracting. And according to the commissioner's memo, he's looking for an additional $350,000 for the reserve fund to fully fund this work.
Okay, so the total cost of getting this bridge down is $650,000.
That's the total. That's the total contractor. There are engineering costs, design costs. There are MBTA costs, and there's some contingency costs. But 650 is the demolition contract with the Atlantic Dismantling Company.
I'm on now, Mel.
Okay, help me.
The total project cost for the demolition, which is going to start, by the way, this weekend on the first shutdown of the Green Line, is $650,000 for the demolition contractor. That's Atlantic Dismantling. The $110,500 extra work order that you just approved for Lyro Engineers is for the design of the demolition and engineering service to oversee the demolition process itself. We had incurred $42,000 in MBTA force account costs, which is the MBTA in-house costs for providing their staff on site as the demolition is taking place, namely to protect the catenary wires that span underneath the bridge and look after the MBTA right away. We've built in a very small contingency just in case something goes wrong of about $47,000, and that brings the total project cost to $850,000. Back in May, you previously approved $500,000 as a reserve fund transfer, which the advisory committee did approve. This is an additional $350,000, which will bring us to the completion of phase 1, which is the demolition phase. And as the town administrator mentioned, I just appeared before the advisory committee tonight, and they approved the $350,000 reserve fund transfer request. This will complete the demolition, which we hope to have done. The span is going to actually be removed and lifted off next Wednesday afternoon, we're hoping, if all goes according to plan. And we hope to be able to pick it and drop it into Boylston Playground, where it will be demolished and trucked away. And we're making preparations to do that now. Once we're complete with the demolition and we have restored the safety to the site, which is my paramount concern, we will then change our strategy and start looking into phase 2, which is the erection of a temporary span to at least make the bridge usable while we consider the idea of replacing it with a permanent structure down the road. So that's where we're at.
And the temporary span is for school use primarily.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Sorry.
Sure.
Do you have any idea of the timing on the temporary span? As you know, right now, the old Lincoln School is in heavy use by the ninth graders of BHS as they travel from the main campus to Lincoln and back. And so and they use that bridge. It's a way of cutting across Route 9 without the dangers inherent in that. And I'm wondering whether that temporary span would be available for the next school year.
As I've said right from the beginning, it's very doubtful that we'll have a bridge in place by September. There are a lot of moving pieces to getting a temporary structure in place. We're hoping that once we remove the span, that the abutments are secure enough to accept a temporary span. We've already begun efforts with the Army Corps of Engineers and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to see if we can't either rent, lease, or procure a temporary structure such as a Bailey bridge of some kind that could be retailored to fit the span. If we are successful in doing that, we could significantly shave the cost of a temporary span going forward. Our estimates right now are about $600,000 to $800,000 to put a temporary span in place on the existing abutments. And I know for a fact that there is no capacity in the reserve fund any longer to do that. So we're also looking at other avenues for grants, either state or federal grants, that would help us along with the funding. So there's a lot of moving pieces. We are going to proceed with all due haste in terms of getting the engineering done and trying to procure one, but the whole issue of the funding is going to be a serious issue that we have to address.
Okay, any other questions?
I had one more question about the MBTA costs. The MBTA is also shutting down parts of the Green Line that week in order to work on their own project. Is that correct?
Yes, there's a 9-day shutdown planned to begin at midnight, Friday night of this week. And that's primarily to allow the improvements project on the Green Line to go forward. It's also given Skanska the opportunity to get some of their work done over the MBTA right away off of Tappan Street. And we've been able to piggyback on the same shutdown for the Davis Path Bridge, saving significant amounts of money. Had we not been able to do that, we would have probably incurred costs in excess of $200,000 to do a diversion of the Green Line. So we're really thankful for the cooperation that we've achieved obtained from the MBTA.
But we're still going to incur some costs, is what you're telling us.
Yes,
the flag people who stand out there and make sure that the tracks aren't damaged, or the catenary or whatever.
Yes, those are called force account costs, $42,000, significantly lower than what it would have cost us otherwise. And that's for the T to provide their electric wire people, to have them on site while the work is being done to protect the catenary, and also to protect the tracks and the rails. We do not want to damage the rails along there, because that would cost significantly more money as well.
Right. So the $42,000 is for the whole 9-day period?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? So I move approval of transmitting to the advisory committee following reserve fund transfer for the emergency demolition of the Davis Path footbridge at the request of Commissioner Pepper Sturgeon in the amount of $350,000. In other words, we're giving authorization after the fact to the advisory committee. Is that correct? Nothing wrong with that.
It was just
Okay.
the timing, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Okay.
That's all it was.
Yeah. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton? Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Vanskoya?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, question of accepting a grant for the Recreation Department's summer camp program from the Brookline Community Foundation in the amount of $15,000. Is Ms. Jackson, would you like to speak on that? Lee Jackson, Director of Recreation Department.
Yes, I would like to speak. Can you hear me?
Yep, Well, not very well. Talk a little louder. Turn up your microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Better.
Good enough.
Okay, thank you. I'll speak up. Good evening, members of the Select Board. I'm Lee Jackson, the Recreation Director. I'm here tonight to request your approval for Recreation to accept a grant from the Brookline Community Foundation for $15,000 to support the out-of-school time partnership we have for our summer camp initiative. Essentially, we have through a collaboration with Steps to Success and the Brookline Center for Community Mental Health, the Recreation Department and our partners are working together on our summer camp initiative, and the $15,000 will go to fund low-income families with financial assistance for full coverage to summer camp. So I request your approval for the $15,000.
Any questions from the Select Board? I move approval of accepting a grant for the Recreation Department Summer Camp Program from the Brookline Community Foundation, $15,000. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Question of approving the authorization for a final commitment letter to the Brookline Housing Authority for its affordable housing project at 90 Longwood Avenue in the amount of $1.34 million in home and housing trust fund monies. Okay, Mr. Kleckner, are you going to speak on that, or Ms. Bullock?
I believe the Housing Advisory Committee and Ms. Bullock, or I see Roger Blood here.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Patrick Dobert, I see, is here. Okay, whoever wants to speak, speak. Okay, I'll call on someone.
Virginia Bullock, housing staff, is ready if she's connected, and I'm here to.
Hello.
There she goes.
So, Virginia, I call on you to speak. You're muted. Please unmute.
Just unmute, Virginia, and you can start speaking.
I unmuted.
Not successfully.
All right, there you are.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Bullock, please speak on this question.
Okay. I am having internet difficulty.
I think this is where I'm supposed to come in.
Okay.
Sorry.
Hey, Roger, speak.
Yeah. Virginia Bullock from the Housing Division has prepared a series of. Oh boy. Wait a minute. Just on here. Now what happened to it? There we go. Wait a minute. Okay. I will.
Been before the board before.
Yes. Yes. So there's nothing new here other than your final action. We request. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
We request that the Select Board authorize Chair Bernard Green to sign the final commitment letter for $1.35 million to the Brookline Housing Authority for the RAD preservation project at 90 Longwood Avenue, which is the Morse Apartments, Teresa Morse Apartments, and to authorize Allison Steinfeld, Director of Department of Planning and Community Development, to sign any required documentation associated with this funding, including loan documents and regulatory agreements which have been approved by our town council. A preliminary commitment was made by the Select Board on January 14th of this year to this second of BHA's projects in a series that we're working through with them that will take advantage of HUD's Rental Assistance Demonstration, or RAD program, to fully modernize and preserve affordable housing for some of the town's lowest income residents. All funds for this $1.35 million commitment are being drawn from locally controlled sources dedicated to affordable housing, including specifically $452,927 in federal home funds controlled by the town, plus $897,073 from the town's Affordable Housing Trust. The town's commitment was made subject to conditions, all of which have been have been met despite the difficulties presented by the current COVID-19 public health crisis. The BHA has been successful in securing non-town funding resources necessary to develop the project as proposed, and HUD provided a RAD conversion commitment, or RCC, on March 17th of this year. Our housing staff has been working closely with town council to finalize the loan documents and the affordability restrictions that will ensure all units will be affordable in perpetuity. Our housing division staff, led by Virginia, has worked to ensure that all home underwriting requirements have been met and approved as required by our Metro West Home Consortium. We've also been working closely with the VHA project team, Mass Housing, Boston Private Bank and Trust, Boston Financial Investment Management, and HUD to meet additional underwriting requirements for those other sources. Currently, HUD's attorney is reviewing a complete set of closing documents, and we hope to close on all project funding by June 30th. The project scope remains as planned, despite a substantial drop in tax credit and equity pricing since the pandemic began. A building permit for this project has been granted by the building department, and the BHA's contractor has filed a health and safety plan, or HASP, with the building department. A relocation HASP will be filed shortly based on the relocation HASP for the BHA's first project at 61 Park Street, which is the O'Shea House. And that was prepared in consultation with a public health and epidemiology consulting group. Construction is scheduled to begin on August 4th, and thank you to the Select Board for supporting this important endeavor and our town partnering with the BHA. I see Patrick Dober, the BHA's Executive Director, is now visible as well as audible. And if you have any questions, you'll probably be better prepared to answer them than I am.
Okay, so a question from the Select Board. Okay, seeing none, I move approval of the authorization for a final commitment letter to the Brookline Housing Authority for its affordable housing project at 90 Longwood Avenue in the amount of $1.34 million in home funds and housing trust funds. All in favor? Let's see, Ms. Heller.
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton.
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez.
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Sorry to rush that along, but we have the material in our packet, and we've been through this just a couple times before. So, question of authorizing and approving a contract with the Racial Equity Group in the amount of $90,900 for consultant services for the RFP P-20-07 Racial Equity Analyst Consultant, and authorization to use the Boston Athletic Association Recreation Expendable Trust Fund for this project. I see Mr. Gelano is here, and Mr. Giantakis.
Yeah, if I could just create some context for this, turn over to Lloyd and then David for any questions. So you may recall that this idea originated as a resolution of town meeting, and was able to identify funds from the Boston Athletic Association account, which has materialized over the years and is a good use of, I think, funding for this one-time kind of project. It's an important project. I think it talks a lot about what we've been talking about this evening, which is for every department in this town, not just police, but every department to really evaluate its programs and services and the way it does that through a racial equity lens. So this contract is to have a consultant help us do that. It's in conjunction with the GARE process. So the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, which the town is a partner of, is using that general parameters, but we need a consultant who will actually help us get it done. And so that's what this project is about. This is the second time we've gone out for a bid, but we finally found the Racial Equity Group from Texas, which we're proposing. So I'll let Lloyd talk quickly about the process and the decision to go with Racial Equity Group, and Dave's there to answer any questions you may have.
Sure. I'm Lloyd Jolino, Director of Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. The RFP process actually ran much longer than we anticipated. It was expected that the consultant would be hired in the summer of 2019, with deliverables made available by November 2019 town meeting. However, scheduling conflicts and when we got started with summer, it was really hard to get people coordinated to actually meet regularly. And so the RFP wasn't ready for distribution until late August. The RFP was distributed in September, and we only received 2 responses. Unfortunately, neither responses adequately addressed how GARE would be implemented in their work. It was decided that we would modify the RFP to emphasize that the proposals needed to show how the GARE process would be integrated with the work of the consultant. The modified RFP was redistributed in November, and 3 responses were received. One was a new candidate. The other 2 were similar to the ones we got before, or the same exact ones we got before. One of the proposals didn't meet the GARE standard and emphasized that it would only use data sets that already existed in the town. The other 2 met the GARE standard and identified that they will help create the data sets necessary to assess racial equity. Interviews were conducted with the remaining candidates and references were checked, and both received glowing references. The racial equity group was chosen by the committee in part due to its preparation for its proposal. The organization's knowledge about the time was quite remarkable, and I'm going to say somewhat scary. The CEO quoted me on something that I said in a that was not in a public setting, and he had a strong. The person had a strong, accurate sense of the tensions that exist regarding racial equity in Brookline. However, the most important, and this was echoed by his references, is that the organization's ability to be fluid and adapt the process as appropriate, and their ability to build consensus with groups and individuals from all walks of life. The Racial Equity Group and its CEO, James Burgess, are based in Dallas, Texas, and have worked with municipal school districts in California, the state Texas government on water projects and human services initiatives, and the U.S. Army leadership training programs, as well as profit and nonprofit businesses and community organizations. The CEO, James Burgess, will serve as the lead consultant, project manager, and primary facilitator for the sessions. Bird has committed to perform 90 to 100% of the work for the project, but he does have senior consultants and community engagement specialists on hand to help him do the work. And I'll just give you a summary of what is expected from the consulting. And this is not all, but just to sort of just to give you a flavor of what the organization is going to do. The first thing is they're going to meet with myself and Mel to review existing compliance reports and previous climate surveys to understand internal environment and general operations and external stakeholder perceptions, and discuss the town's racial equity vision. Next phase would be an assessment analysis, and that is more of getting a sense of what the town employees know about racial equity, why it's important, and then to assess the town's level of buy-in to racial equity work, and then lastly, prescribe processes to enhance the commitment to racial equity in the town departments. The next phase is a strategy development, and this is where the flexibility is required. Essentially, the consultants will take the pulse of the community and make the determination of how safe or trusting the communities are with town processes as they stand now, and fine-tune our work with the community to not only enhance that trust, but make sure we have an understanding where the mistrust lies, the elements of that lie. And that goes a long way in terms of generating a long list of priority areas for the town, as well as a short list of what to prioritize on that list. In essence, that dovetails nicely with the work for the community engagement process as well. And then develop a racial equity statement, a strategic plan after attaining agreement and consensus on the short list of initiatives. I don't want to go too much more in detail, but essentially, the racial equity group's plan is basically a broader scope, smaller scope dealing with racial equity as compared to the community engagement plan, which is more broad and captures more of a constituency. And again, so it fits quite nicely. There was a lot of concern that we have 2 or 3 divergent plans going on at one time, and we made every effort to make sure that doesn't happen. I'm going to leave it there. Any questions?
Lloyd, I should have caught this earlier, but I noticed in our packet we have the agreement that we're expected to approve and I think sign, but we don't have the proposal. So I appreciate you sharing the details verbally, but we don't have any. I mean, unless I'm missing something, someone else tell me that we can actually look at and look over the proposal itself.
Oh, I thought someone sent that over to you. I guess not, huh?
I might have missed it. It was sent over.
We can make it available. It was, I don't believe I sent it in the package, but we have it electronically and I can email it to all of the board members.
That'd be helpful.
Are you comfortable approving this without that?
Honestly, not really. I mean, I get the sense that I'm obviously this is something I support greatly and I think is very necessary. I think it would be helpful to see the proposal before signing our names to a document supporting a proposal.
Yeah, I think that's a valid point. What are the consequences of putting this off for until the next meeting? I don't know.
It just postpones us getting started on the work. I mean, my anticipation was that if we get this, the select board's nod of approval, that I can actually start interacting with the bird and getting them sort of poised to start doing the work with us. So, I mean, it just delays us starting a little bit. I mean, if we can do this, I don't think you're meeting next week because of town meeting, but
good.
Or at least you'll have the document by then, so you can make a decision on it, and then we can get started.
We're meeting next week, and we can take this up next week.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be great. Sorry to slow you down. I want this work to start as soon as possible too. I just want to make sure that we and the public are able to see the documents.
Right. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we'll put that off until next week. Next question. Question of approving and authorizing the town administrator to execute a feasibility study agreement with the MSBA for the John R. Pierce School. Mr. Kleckner, tell us about that. Or is there someone else who's handling that?
Well, I think you know what this is. I didn't submit it. I believe it came from, it came from the building department. I don't believe Mr. Quigley is available to speak up, but you know that we've been invited to participate with the Massachusetts School Building Authority to reconstruct and reimagine the John Pierce School. And we have now a feasibility study agreement with the MSBA. It requires the board's approval. And I will tell you that
is in our packet.
And if you think you're going to have any changes to that, you're wrong. They would not agree to any changes. So I think this will be easy vote.
Okay, and we have it in our packet. I assume people.
It's like a mortgage. If you want it, you sign.
Yeah, right. Unless there's something really horrible in it. Okay.
Then you don't get the house.
Yeah, right. I move approval of authorizing the town administrator to execute a feasibility study agreement with the MSBA for the John R. Pierce School. All in favor, Ms. Heller.
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton.
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez.
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Next, question of appointing the following committee of 7 for the selection of an owner's project manager for the Pierce School MSBA project. Building Commission, Janet Bierman, Ken Kaplan, and Nate Peck. From the school committee, Helen Cherlupsky, Suzanne Federspiel, and Matthew Gillis. And from the select board, yours truly, Bernard Green. Any questions from the board on that? Okay, I move approval of appointing the committee of 7 as previously indicated for the selection of an owner's project manager for the Pierce School MSBA project. All in favor, Ms. Hamilton. I'm sorry, Ms. Heller.
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton.
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez.
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Question of approving and authorizing the chair or their designee to execute 5 contracts and 1 contract amendment for the following CDBG-CV, that's coronavirus, funded programs contract. Family Aid Boston, $10,000. Brookline Council on Aging, $39,337. Brookline Food Pantry, $160,663. EDLTP Business Assistance, $200,000. Brookline Housing Authority, $72,337. And an amendment to the Brookline Safety Net of $325,000. We've discussed this before. It's a total of $807,337. Any questions that select board members have, or is there some discussion that I see Joe Viola is here? Would you like to sort of fill us in on anything that we may not be aware of? New information?
Nope, I have no new information other than to say we were glad to receive approval from HUD on our substantial amendment to our action plan. We're looking forward to getting the money on the street. And your vote tonight will allow us to get the money to the programs that will help those in need during this pandemic. So
okay, great. Okay, any further questions? Mr. Van Scoyac, you weren't around when we talked about this earlier, but I take you've read the materials and
I was in my monitoring meetings mode when you spoke about it earlier, and I'm pretty familiar with what has gone on in the lead up to this. And I just want to say to Joe Viola, good work on what, in my estimation, is probably the poster child of all overly bureaucratic, paperwork heavy processes. If anybody wants to look at an example of how it can be extremely difficult to just get something as as important as this CDBG grant approved on a cycle and routinely year in and year out, they should check out the paperwork that has to be completed and the steps that have to be taken in this process. It's a very thorough process that is aimed at engagement. And Joe, you seem to have shepherded it to a very good conclusion.
Great.
Thank you. I would just say it's a team effort, and I'm sorry to laugh, but you're absolutely right. There's a lot of steps that need to be taken to get this money programmed and available. So thank you for the credit. It goes to a wonderful team that we have in the planning department.
I've actually known examples of people who chose not to apply for funding because of the steps that would be required just to get the approval of the funding. And that's, maybe they should think about that.
Just send them our way, we'll take it.
Yeah.
Okay, any further questions? And I note that this is the coronavirus part of the CDBG funding, which is in addition to the regular cycle of funding and paperwork that Mr. Viola
and I also want to make the point that this money is allocated on the basis of former censuses. So it's really important that the census reflect the accurate numbers in Brookline, because our level of funding in this particular instance and in many instances depends on people responding to the federal census. So that's my pitch.
Everything goes back to the census in
really does.
many respects. Okay, I move approval of the authorization of the chair or their designee to execute 5 contracts and 1 contract amendment for the CDBG CV funded programs listed in the agenda. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez,
Aye.
Mr. Vanscoya,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Next, question of approving and authorizing the chair or their designee to execute an extension of the Brookline Housing Authority's fiscal year 2020 CDBG resident security contract with the term to be extended to December 31st, 2020 in the amount of $435,850. Is that Mr. Casanova Davis that going to speak on that?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I believe that's me, Joe
Oh,
Viola,
okay.
Assistant Director of Community Planning.
Sorry, I saw Mr. Casanova Davis pop up there. I thought maybe this was one of his babies, but yes.
I lost my connection, but to speak briefly, speak on the effects of the coronavirus and what it's done to programs that were funded last year. The Housing Authority was capably moving forward with their resident security program, and at the onset of the coronavirus, they had some issues with supply chain interruption and also the construction moratorium put them off as far as getting this project going. So this is a pretty simple amendment. It's an amendment for time, and we feel very confident working with the BHA's modernization staff that they'll have ample time to complete the project.
Great. Any questions? Okay, I move approval of approving and authorizing the chair or their designee to execute an extension of the Brookline Housing Authority resident security contract through December 31st, 2020, in the amount of $435,850. All in favor, Ms. Heller.
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton.
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez.
Aye.
And Mr. Vanscoya.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have a question of approving some budget transfers in the Department of Health and Human Services. And I think everyone received an amendment or revision to this request. And it's now from Health Administration, Professional and Technical Services in the amount of $2,000 to Health Administration for office supplies in the amount of $1,000 and medical supplies in the amount of $1,000. And a revision of from Health Administration part-time temporary salaries of $4,400 to Health Administration electricity account $4,400. So I think the previous let's see, transfer was to office equipment for $5,500, I think.
No, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Explain it to us.
Assistant Town Administrator. The original transfer was the $2,000 that's being transferred from professional technical to the office and medical supplies. There was just an addendum added to add $4,400 to move from part-time salaries to electricity to handle our fiscal year-end process and to process invoices for the end of the year until the.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I apologize for my confusion there. Okay, any questions from the select board? I move approval of the transfers within the.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Bernard, I do have one question. The transfer to the part-time salaries, is that a COVID related? I think that's what I heard you say, Justin.
No, the transfer from the part-time salaries line is to the electricity line, is to cover end of year fiscal costs for utilities. There's no transfer for COVID related issues.
Not the medical supplies either?
No, the medical supplies are actually for the fall flu, the normal flu clinic.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry.
Okay, so I move approval of the budget transfers in the Department of Health and Human Services as described by Mr. Casanova Davis. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Vanscoya?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Next, question of approving the following transfer within the select board budget. That's our budget. From permanent full-time salary, $5,500 to office equipment R&M in the amount of $5,500. Mr. Kleckner.
This is Justin, real quick, Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
Really fairly simple transfer. This is a office reorganization that we already had paid to bring on the new cannabis mitigation position. So we're just utilizing the salary savings of that position not being filled to pay for that invoice once again for the fiscal year end.
Great. Okay, great. Any questions from the board? Okay, I move approval of the transfer within the select board budget from full-time permanent salaries of $5,500 to office equipment. What is R&M, Mr. Casanova Davis?
It's repair and maintenance.
Oh, repair and maintenance.
Yeah.
Okay. Repair and maintenance of $5,500. All in favor, Ms. Heller.
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton.
Aye.
Fernandez.
Aye.
Mr. Banskoya.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Moving on to the calendar. Personnel, promotion authorization.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Casanova Davis. Question of authorizing 3 promotional opportunities internally for the following positions within the fire department: deputy chief, captain, and lieutenant. And as I understand, this is just step 1 in a process that will result in you bringing forth to the select board specific individuals that scored high on the, or at the top of the civil service list that we will approve for actual hiring. Mr. Sullivan, Chief Sullivan.
Mr. Chair, John Sullivan, Fire Chief. That is correct, Mr. Chair, that with the recent retirement of Deputy Chief James Corbett after 34 years, almost 34 years of a service to the town, that leaves opportunities for a promotion to Deputy Chief and then the subsequent 2 promotions below that. And at this point, this is the first step authorizing us to go to civil service and get a certified list. Once we have the list, we'll vet the top 3 candidates and bring the recommendation to the board at a subsequent meeting.
Okay, any questions from the board?
If you don't mind, I'd just like to ask a question. In going to civil service, if in the end, as a result of the civil service process, the eligible applicants that are referred back to the town, if none of them are minority, does the town have any recourse to attempt to go a step further to achieve goals, minority hiring goals in the officer ranks of the fire department?
That would be a process through which the Human Resources Department would have to ask for a specific eligibility list. It's possible at the beginning of the process, but I'm not sure as to how that would work the way that we're at the point we're in. The people that are on the list that I already know of that are in those positions, because we have people who are in the positions doing temporary promotions right now, and without any other, mitigating circumstances to hire anyone else, we do have members from the fire department who are of minority status who would be the candidates for promotion next week, but that would come in more information next week. This is just the preliminary step to authorize us to go to even ask them for the certification list. We know what the list is, but every time we promote, we have to go and ask for a certification list. People come in and they sign, and then there's the process of bringing that to you all after that.
John, just to clarify, these are promotion lists, so they only come from the Brookline Fire Department.
That's correct.
When you're talking about an initial list of hiring from firefighters. There has been a time when the town was under a consent decree with other communities and were able to select from a minority list. We are no longer eligible for that given the number of minority firefighters we've been able to hire. So we have to go off the traditional list. But in this case, it's a promotional list from our own firefighters.
Far better said than what I said.
But there will be one position, in this that is filled by hiring and introducing someone new into the department.
Eventually, yes, because as you work down, it creates a firefighter vacancy. So there'll be one firefighter promoted to lieutenant, one lieutenant promoted to captain, one captain promoted to deputy chief, which would then leave a vacancy in the firefighter's position, which would go through the process that Mr. Kleckner just described.
And I wasn't sure that I understood the process that Mel described, I'm sure very well. It almost sounded like he was saying we're not eligible to apply for a list of minority candidates because we're not under a consent decree any longer.
That's correct.
But
that's the case with our police department also.
That doesn't preclude us from requesting, right?
No, it doesn't. I believe we tried to do it before, but we can try again.
Yes, and I'd be happy to work with you, Mr. Van Scoyac, and the Human Resources Division on the civil service processes to do that. The next test for firefighter entrance is already scheduled. Well, I think it actually happened 2 weeks ago. So that process has gone through. It would be a matter of working through a process to get that eligibility list that you're looking at. But we do have veterans preference, and we also have residency preference and veterans preference, which are part of the process as well.
Yeah. I'm cognizant of the fact that we had an item on the agenda earlier that involves the hiring of a consultant group to sort of work with the town. It's been a long time just getting to the RFP stage and the hiring of the consultant, and now we've got more time. The consultant's going to do the consultant's work. If the goal of all of this consulting is to step up the town's record in terms of hiring, and believe me, I want to be fair to everybody who deserves a shot at this job. I'm not trying to, say that we should necessarily intervene here, other than to recognize what our goal is in terms of minority hiring in the fire department. Have we achieved that goal? And if we haven't achieved that goal, here's an opening. What can we do to advance one step further to the goal? That would seem to be a very straight, to the goal approach, as opposed to waiting for a consultant to deliver a report that says we need to do more that we're not doing. That's my only reason for raising the
question. Sullivan, could you give the board a sense of the minority firefighters or numbers of minority firefighters in the fire department?
Yes, I sent that information just a couple of days ago to a couple of the board members that had asked for it. At this point, the breakdown, and this is unofficial from the fire department's records. It's not the human resources records, but it's the fire department's records. We have a 79% white. It is 13% black. It is 4% Hispanic, 3% Asian, and 3%, which is classified as other, which includes biracial. I think the majority of those are identifying as biracial.
Any other questions from the select board? Okay, I move approval of giving Chief Sullivan authorization for 3 promotional opportunities internally for the following positions within the fire department: Deputy Chief, Captain, and Lieutenant. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you, Chief Sullivan.
Thank you.
Okay, change of manager. Question of approving the application for a change of manager for Barcelona Brookline, doing business as Barcelona at 1700 Beacon Street. Holder and all alcohol common victualler. Change of manager from Emilio Garcia to Adriana Veltri. Looks like Adriana Veltri is here, and Joseph Devlin are you the lawyer?
I am, thank you.
I noticed in the background in your picture. Okay.
Yeah, prohibition back there. Good
Okay.
evening. My name is Joe Devlin. I'm an attorney with offices in Newburyport and Boston, and I represent Barcelona Wine Bar. With me is Adriana Veltri, who's the proposed new manager of record. Emilio Garcia has received a promotion in the company, and although he'll still have some supervisory role here, he's just not going to be here on a daily basis. Adriana will. She's been here for 2 years in management. She has a BA degree in culinary business management with its main focus in wine, beverage service, and hospitality. She said, the Serve Safe program and safe service and responsible consumption of alcohol was a major component of her Bachelor of Arts. So I thought that was worth mentioning to the Board of Selectmen for Brookline. But she's here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, any questions from the board? Fairly simple issue of changing manager. Tell us about your opening. Your restaurant is what used to be packed, and I could never get in there. But I assume
my sister-in-law
now.
It's my sister-in-law who lives in Brookline. It's her favorite restaurant.
Okay. Okay. So tell us about your opening.
The reopening.
Briefly.
Briefly, I got you. The reopening went quite smoothly. We kept it down to about 10 to 14 tables. All the regulations were very easy to comply with, and we're not taking reservations. So it's just as many people walk up and we have tables for, we get them sat. Food, still same quality, beverage, awesome quality too.
Great, great. I'll try to get in there. Okay, any other questions from the select board? Okay.
Well, I
yes.
would be remiss since Ben used to ask all of these questions, but I assume that you're familiar with, all of our requirements regarding serving alcohol.
Absolutely, I am. All regulations have been gone over through since the 2 years that I've been working at this location.
Wonderful.
Any other questions? Okay, I move approval of change of manager for Barcelona Brookline at 1700 Beacon Street, an all alcohol common victualler holder. Change of manager from Emilio Garcia to Adriana Veltri. All in favor, Ms. Heller.
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton.
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez.
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyer.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good night, folks.
Good night. Okay, Boston University pilot agreement. Question of voting to renew the pilot agreement between the town of Brookline and Boston University. I see Gary Nixa. Are you speaking for Boston University?
Yes, I am.
Yes. Okay.
Maybe I can just start the conversation, Mr. Chair. This is Mel Kleckner, Town Administrator. I want to welcome Gary. I see Cecilia Nardi from BU here as well. You may be aware that the town has an official payment in lieu of tax policy, a pilot so-called policy. And Boston University was one of the first and most significant property owners to sign on. These are voluntary agreements. However, I think BU knows and that the town provides a great deal of services and has impacts from the university being situated partly in Brookline, but obviously on the border. So we're very pleased. We appreciate Gary's willingness to be here tonight to speak to you. I will also want to thank Gina Franconi, our finance director, as well as Rashid Belashine, who is the assessing administrator. His predecessor was Gary McCabe, who I know was very instrumental, along with Steve Cirillo, our former finance director, of getting this in place. But we're just very pleased. It's a very significant part of our revenue base, pilot agreements, and in particular the one with Boston University. And we're very sincerely appreciate your willingness to renew the agreement again, and happy to hear from Gary from BU's perspective.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mel, and I want to thank you as well. The relationship that the university and the town has had, particularly over these last 10 years that we've had this pilot agreement in place, has just really been excellent. Our purpose, our joint purpose, and when we put the agreement together 10 years ago, was for it to be transparent, to really objectively as we could, determine a reasonable pilot payment, and to give the town a predictable revenue stream as well as the university predictable expenses as things evolved and property was developed. Over the last 10 years, the pilot agreement has contributed $5.5 million to the town. We think it's been really effective for both of us. We're happy to renew it, and given the hour, I'll stop there and just want to thank the board. It was 10 years ago that I was with your predecessors to suggest that we enter this agreement. We look at it every 5 years to make sure it's still working well for both the town and the university. I'm happy to say the group that put it together 10 years ago did a good job, because we're suggesting to renew it with virtually no amendments, that it has worked well. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay. And I'd like to just say or add that this pilot agreement is just one aspect of what I think is a very good relationship between the town of Brookline and Boston University. You know, a lot of your students live in Brookline, and you know, they give us a little trouble sometimes, but you know, it's great to have them here, and it's great to have you on our border, and to a significant degree within our town limits too. So, any questions from the select board? Not you, Raul, because you work for those people, and it'd be a conflict for you to speak up. But anyone else?
Hold on. Hold on. I know you're kidding.
Yeah, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
It's late. I start kidding when it gets late like this.
Thanks for being here with us. Yes, I am a faculty member at the university. And I did want to bring up, this has come up before, you know, the child care center. Is that center going to be in Brookline? The new center?
Yes, it's opening this summer.
Okay. Yeah, and just I'd mentioned this before on the board, but I really would like to continue to encourage the university to expand access to members of the Boston University community who don't have $2,500 a month to put toward childcare. And if there are opportunities, I know that, for instance, we as faculty received a survey recently asking us if we're expecting to have childcare issues going into the fall. And I know that many faculty and staff members have and will continue to have difficulty accessing childcare. And to the extent possible, I think it'd be really important to try to extend that childcare out to the rank and file folks who make Boston University work, so that they too can access childcare through their employer.
Yeah. No, I understand, and that's always going to be a focus of ours. It's almost impossible to meet the demand on campus, but we'll continue to work on it.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, I move approval of the pilot agreement renewal between the town of Brookline and Boston University. All in favor, Ms. Heller.
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton.
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez.
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you. I see Cecilia Nardi's here. Hello. Thank you for joining us.
Chair, thank you.
Rashid, who else is here from Boston University?
Rashid Belashine from our assessing administrator, and I'm not sure if Gina.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, that's one of our guys. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, next, water and sewer rate hearing. I see that Mr. Russell's here.
Is it 7 o'clock yet?
Somewhere in the world. So,
all right, thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, you want to start us off with this?
Yeah, again, for the record, Fred Russell, Water and Sewer Director for the town of Brookline. Thank you very much for this opportunity tonight. I'm going to share my screen with you and just go through a PowerPoint presentation.
Is this in our packet or is this something new?
No, it should have been emailed to you and all the town meeting members about a month ago.
Oh, okay, got it.
But, so can everybody see that okay?
Yep.
Okay. So FY21 water and sewer rates. This first slide is a breakdown. The budget this year is roughly just over $29 million. This just gives an overview of where costs are allocated. As most of you know, the MWRA assessment accounts for most of my budget, or most of the water and sewer division's budget. That 71.1% is roughly about just under $21 million. It's about $20.8 million. Some of the increases that we've seen this year is in personnel, as far as the collective bargaining agreements. The MWRA assessment this year is up roughly $290,000. There's about a 1.4% increase since over last year's rates. And we've seen an uptick in debt service. Essentially, there's a 1.3% budget increase compared to FY20. And I gotta apologize for this slide. We're actually in year 2 of 5 under the water CIP and 4 of 16 in the wastewater. So this is a year off. Again, this coming year, FY21 will be year 2 of the 5-year water distribution CIP aimed at increasing reliability and fire flows. And sewer in year 4 of the 16-year wastewater system improvements aimed at reducing inflow and infiltration into the systems, which is the extraneous groundwater and some of the stormwater sources that are connected to the wastewater system that shouldn't be. In stormwater, we're essentially under that MS4 permit, which was requiring us to reduce phosphorus loads. We're still in the planning stage. We don't expect to be in construction stage for another couple of years. So last year, we sort of did an overhaul or a tweaking of the water sewer rates. And we had, these are the goals we had set. We wanted some revenue stability. We wanted our base rates, our meter charges, to recover at least 15% of the revenue. Some of you may recall, we were only at about 8.5 to 9% last year. And I'm happy to inform that once I calculated out to date, this current fiscal year up until May, we have recovered or collected roughly 14.9%. So we have achieved that goal of rate stability. And we've also seen some conservation. You'll see some of the next slides compared to last year. And we had introduced a uniform rate for non-single family customer classes. I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up the COVID-19 pandemic and some of the issues that are it's causing. American Water Works Association had put a report out back in April that a lot of municipalities could see or expect anywhere from a 17 to an 18% drop in revenue due to change in consumption, delinquency in payments, and that sort of thing. Brookline, we have several characteristics that make us a little less vulnerable. Specifically, our top 10 customers only represent about 6% of the consumption. We have a very diverse customer base, and we're not dependent on industries that are most impacted by the COVID-19, such as leisure, airlines, oil and gas. So we're a little less vulnerable than a lot of other cities and towns, and we have not seen quite that decrease in usage. This chart is I've been tracking since 2013, and we have had a steady decline on consumption. We thought we had stabilized out between, we think we stabilized between 17 and 19. However, we did see somewhat of a tick down when we took into consideration March and April in the COVID-19 crisis. And I have a slide that gives a little more better of a breakdown on where we saw some of the decreases and actually where we saw some of the increases. But we did see, prior to the COVID-19, we did see about a 4%, 3.8% reduction in consumption from 18 to 19. So with that, I am proposing, well, let me back up. So typically in my budget, I fund a portion of unretained earning, which is the reserves, about 1% that consistently goes into that account each year. If we were to do that this year, and with the increases in the budget and the anticipated reduction in demand or reduction in consumption, we would need to raise the rates about 2%. However, this next slide, we thought it prudent to forego the contribution to reserves this year, the 1%. And by doing that, we can eliminate essentially 1% off the budget increase and reduce that proposed increase to 1%. So that's the option we're going with now. One of the other slides I wanted to just show you. So just a comparison of FY20 to FY21 rates with that 1% increase. You can see there's some nominal increases, and again we're increasing the not only the water usage rates, which are the HCFs, but also the base rates and the meter charges as well per quarter. Before we get to questions, I wanted to show, let me go back. I'm sorry. So this slide shows where we saw some of the impacts on usage between March and April. Single-family residential, as expected, people were home. The consumption was up 12.2%. However, we did see a reduction in multifamily residential by about 5%. But more importantly, which had more of an impact, the commercial was down about just under 11%. The institutional was down about 18%. The net aggregate of those showed a reduction of about 4 to 4.2% overall. In that chart that I had showed you. So with that, if I can get back to questions, and if there's any certain slide that you would like to see.
Okay, any questions from the select board? We're going to have a public hearing and then further discussion, and we will vote on these rate increases at the next meeting.
I have a question.
Okay, Mr. Van Scoya.
One of our town meeting members, Clint Richmond, has raised a question which I'm sure you're familiar with, excuse me, having to do with the rates for irrigation versus drinking water. And is there any differential in the rate that would require those who use water for irrigation to pay the greater share of the cost because it is not essential as is drinking water? That's the question. Sorry.
No, okay, that's a fair question. And I actually talked to Mr. Richmond today and exchanged emails. And Mr. Van Scoya, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Select board member. But if I can sort of delve into some of the thought processing for when the rates were revised last year. One of the most significant changes we made is with the base rates for the irrigation meters. We were charging $10, a flat fee of $10 per irrigation meter as a base charge. What we did last year is we actually raised that to the base charges you see here. So some of them, these base charges that people were paying $10, if you look at an inch and a half meter, that up to $290. More importantly, that impact also occurs to municipal accounts as well. Some of the parks, recreation, that sort of thing. What we did is when we looked at the rates last year, when we raised the base rates for irrigation, we also looked at raising the quarterly rates, so the flow rates, if you will, usage charges, to be equivalent to the all other customers, if you will, or the higher rate of the single family tier 2. When we looked at the impact that would have on municipal accounts, keeping in mind that the budgets were already set at the time, it essentially almost tripled the impact of the fees on municipal accounts, as well as some of the other irrigation accounts. Our thinking was that we were going to raise the base rates last year. This coming year, we would then adjust the rates that you see here for HCF. However, given the time and the issue with the COVID-19 pandemic, we thought it best not to essentially change that this year and maybe delay that a year. So next year, we'll probably look at adjusting the HCF rate for irrigation customers.
Do you agree with Clint's basic scenario here that we need to be mindful of the possibility of additional communities wanting to get water from the MWRA because of the pollution threat, contamination threat of PFAS?
Potentially.
And does that impact your view on irrigation rates at all?
I don't think right now, no. It does not. I know I've been in this business since the early 1990s, and I remember the maximum flow rate coming out of the Quabbin Reservoir, for instance, was almost 350 to 360 million gallons per day. And the MWRA has done a fantastic job reducing that to the point where I believe, and Commissioner Papasturgeon is with us, can chime in if you'd like, but I believe it's down to close to 250 million gallons per day. So I do know that there is excess capacity. I do know that before this COVID-19 crisis and I'm sure you're talking about the PFAS issue that Mr. Richmond had brought up.
Contaminant.
Yeah. I mean, the MWRA does have excess capacity if other towns seek to join. Let me just say that now.
Yeah. Thank you.
Could I ask a question?
Of course.
I think I also want to ask you, Mr. Russell, about the points that Clint Richmond is making. I'm not sure he's here tonight, but I want to make sure that I understand. As I understand his argument, one of the arguments is that even though we don't charge irrigation users for sewer, because the theory is that the water soaks into the ground and therefore doesn't need the sewer. But in fact, some of it, A, runs off, and two, the irrigation landscape practices create, to put toxins in the soil, which are then through rainwater and maybe through irrigation and other things, put into the sewers, and then they have to be dealt with in the processing plants. And these are environmental concerns that he has. I'm not sure I'm expressing them exactly right, but it seems to me that is a reasonable basis for looking at the idea of charging irrigation users. And I have an irrigation system, I do have to confess. I try to use rainwater and rainwater barrels so that it's not in use all the time, and my rate is very low, but still in all, I'm thinking that, and I don't use any of those toxins, I use only organic stuff. But still in all, I'm thinking that, overall, for climate reasons, it's better if people are more aware of what their use practices are doing to our environment. And if they understand that using water in a certain way may be environmentally harmful, they would modify their practices. So I'm just wondering whether you've given any thought to the idea of including irrigation users in the sewer charge as well.
Well, first off, let me say that Mr. Richmond was nice enough to send me his letter, and he has a lot of very good ideas. And I expressed that to him, that I would have open dialogue with him and moving next year, for next year's rates, maybe incorporating some of those ideas. But also let me clarify that the sewer that you're referring to when rainwater runs off is the catch basins, is the storm sewer. That's totally separate from the sewer rate you see here, which is totally wastewater oriented, which is people flushing toilets and that sort of thing. So they're two separate systems, which is why we do not charge them a sewer rate charge for their irrigation. For their irrigation meters.
I'm told Clint is actually here and wanted to say something at this hearing. Devin sent us a note.
Devin, can you patch him in?
Yeah. Are you guys ready to move to the public comment section?
Yeah, why don't we do that? I was thinking that since the discussion actually was revolving around Clint's memo, that we would allow him an opportunity to speak. But let's this is a public hearing, and we're moving to the public hearing part of it. So why don't we start off with Clint Richmond? Clint, you're okay. You disappeared. Oh, here he is. Okay. Hello, Clint.
Good evening. Good evening, select board members. It's great to be joining you here. I know I'm not betting cleanup here because you've still got a long agenda to go, but thank you for, I want to thank the water department for their attention and openness to dialogue, and they've been moving in the right direction. I guess some of my disappointment stems from the fact that there isn't really any change being contemplated this year. It's only a 1% increase. And I was glad to see the reference to stormwater charges, because in Mr. Russell's slide, I think slide 4, he mentioned phosphorus loading going into the stormwater, and that's a cost that we have to pick up. And I don't know what funds those mitigations. So I think it is fair to raise the price. I mean, it doesn't have to be, we can't charge the sewer rate exactly, but we can set whatever rate we want for the irrigation customers. So we could recover whatever those allocated costs are for the increased phosphorus loading, as just one example of the impacts. And I think that raising the flow rates to at least tier 2 would be fine this year, and to mitigate the effect on municipal budgets and large institutional customers who might be using sports facilities or something. There are also very large lawns out there, some of which are owned by the town, some of which are owned by institutions. But we could have 2 tiers for the irrigation, so that the rate for the people who are most likely don't have a home football field or golf course might pay a higher rate than those who are providing some sort of not necessarily a public benefit, because you may not be able to access it if it's on private property. But a lot of the town properties obviously are serving a public purpose. So we don't want to suddenly raise the price on the town. So I think one thing we could consider even this year, if you wanted, since you're not voting till next week, is 2 tiers for the irrigation, and to raise the irrigation to at least equal to the tier 2, if not higher, to discourage people from saying, this is a valuable resource and we shouldn't just be using it for lawn care or your pool, your private pool. I mean, I think it seems like people have read my letter, so I'm very, very glad. I don't need to recapitulate it. But I do think that the PFAS crisis is kind of raising the profile for this, and that's something that we really weren't aware of even a year ago. So I don't think it's easy for towns to join the MWRA system, but I think it's something that we may need to open our hearts or encourage as more towns discover contaminated wells. I mentioned the Tri-Town system down on the South Shore, Hudson. There's a whole bunch of these, and we have PFAS in town. I serve on the Solid Waste Advisory Committee. We sent you a letter about PFAS to form a task force around this, and this would be one of the areas that we would discuss. But we do contribute PFAS to the wastewater system, and it's not being mitigated there. But that's a separate topic. But what I'm saying is there's a lot of activity around PFAS. The DEP is very active on PFAS. They are very aware of it, and they're just going to keep lowering the limits. And as you lower the limits, every town eventually is going to be having to mitigate this. Even the MWRA, because they do have PFAS in the water. It's only at 3 parts per trillion today, and the DEP standard is proposed for 20. But as I said in my letter, scientists and some of them I've met and heard in person myself are proposing limits of like 1 part per trillion or 0.1 part per trillion. So very, very low rates. And with PFAS coming from the rain, along with microplastics and a bunch of other delicious ingredients, we need to be more cognizant of some of these widespread pollutants. It does account for 12% of our water consumption, and even though we have capacity today, I don't know. I don't manage the Quabbin Reservoir, so I don't know what the flows are like. But even the fact that we're down 100 million gallons per day or something, could easily be swallowed up. Or there's other things we could be doing with the water. I just think it looks bad for us in 2020 to be allowing so much irrigation use that is unnecessary. And the town needs to lead by example on xeriscaping. I'm in constant contact with many parts of DPW, perhaps arguing my favorite department. I'm on the board of the Green Space Alliance, so we talk about these issues like xeriscaping with the commissioner and Aaron Galantine and Parks. So everyone's aware of these issues. We need to translate some of that outreach and education to our community so that they can use even less and just use only the essential water. And as I said, one thing we could do with the reserve fund, I'm sort of disappointed the reserve fund isn't going up, because I wanted to suggest that we could have a conservation study, a townwide conservation study, and Mr. Russell seemed to think that might be a good idea, but so that we could save the town even more on the water that we're using that does have a sewage charge. So it's not all sort of like, oh, it's irrigation's going up and what can we do? We need to be reducing our drinking water consumption as well. So that's, low flow toilets and maintenance for
I don't drink out of the toilet.
But there's a lot of, again, these are things that the building department is very well aware of, but I think we need to push it forward a little faster.
Okay, anyone else in the public like to speak? Devin, do we have anyone raising their hand?
Prior to the meeting, David Lascoye had signed up, but it does not appear that he is still in the meeting.
Okay, did he send us an email? He may have sent us an email, so
Yes.
we will. Pardon me?
You did, yeah.
Yeah, so we should read that to get his comment. Any other public comment in the queue there?
Doesn't appear that anyone is using the Q&A feature or raising their hand at this time.
Okay, any further questions from the board?
Sure. Is it possible to have the different level of rates that Mr. Richmond is recommending? And if so, is that something that we can see as an option before our next meeting?
Again, I would just caution the board this year, because the budget, the DPW budget, we're looking to cut because of the COVID-19 crisis. I just don't think the temperature is there to do it this year. Like I said, I agree with a lot of what Mr. Richmond says, but again, to not beat a dead horse, but I think with the budget cuts projected and now to put more of a strain on some of the DPW budgets, I think it's better to defer that to next year. And by doing so, I don't think a year of the current proposed rate structure as I proposed to you tonight is going to make that big of an impact.
But as to the question of whether or not we could have different rates for whether it be larger parcels or this idea around irrigation, is that a possibility to do that?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, positively. Yes. Yes.
All right. And you're recommending we don't do that this year?
I don't recommend it this year simply because of what's, the crisis that we're dealing with now.
I think what I'm hearing from Mr. Russell is that it is complicated to administer.
Is that the case?
It's not complicated to administer. It's just that it's going to put more of a strain on the DPW budget for parks and other departments or other divisions that are already seeing some sort of cuts happening now. And now to increase their cost for irrigation more so than what they've already budgeted. It's just, and again, keep in mind the budgets are essentially done that are going to town meeting now. I just see it as a huge issue.
So I think what's missing from this conversation is that one of the biggest users of the irrigation is our own Parks and Recreation.
Right. Correct. Right. Correct.
So you're essentially moving the costs just onto a different department.
No, not necessarily. No, not at all.
But
Nancy, you're muted
if you're doing the other proposal. I think that's why you were hesitant to do it this year.
Right, exactly. If all things were equal and none of this issue with the COVID-19 had come up, I would have probably presented something with a tiered rate for similar to the single family residential tier 1 and tier 2.
Can I ask you a question? We don't have any idea how long this pandemic is going to last, and many of us are praying and hoping that the fall will be the end. But is it possible to change the rates in the middle of the year, or you have to do it only once and that's it?
No, absolutely. You can have a mid-year or mid-year change. There's nothing that says you can't do that.
So is that a possibility of our looking at it again in November, December, hoping that our budgets have improved, that the businesses have picked up, that our revenues are better, and residents aren't suffering from lack of jobs, etc.?
Again, I won't rule it out. I wouldn't rule it out, but the DPW budget will be set, and any change would now impact or increase their fees, if you will, for water and sewer on a budget that's already been established.
They have to find money for that.
Right. Exactly.
Okay. Any other
what about
questions?
the idea of a tier for water that's used for public purposes is lower than a tier for private purposes? What about that idea?
I'm not so sure the Department of Revenue would like that, as far as giving the town a better price than your customers or your residential customers.
Have you ever asked them?
No.
I think
there's no way. The only way to find out is to ask them.
They can only say no, right?
Exactly. Well, they
It's illegal.
They may realize that environmentally it's a sound thing to do. So, they may give us permission. Can't hurt.
Okay.
Okay, any further questions? Discussion? Okay, anyone in the public queue, Devin? Anyone looking to speak in the public?
Actually, Commissioner Papasturgeon has raised his hand, so
Okay.
we'll promote him to a panelist.
Oh, that's not Commissioner, is it?
It sounds just like him.
Okay, stop barking, Commissioner.
That wasn't me barking. I'm too tired
okay.
to bark.
No,
I wasn't going to.
I'll mute myself.
You know, I wasn't going to be able to remain silent all night when you're talking about water and sewer rates. So I just want to make a comment about the public consumption. We are under a mandate from town meeting, if you recall a few years ago, that bound us to charge municipal departments for water and sewer use, which included irrigation. And we were also bound by a vote at town meeting that the charge had to be the same as what the retail rates were. So setting a different charge for municipal use versus residential or commercial use is contrary to what town meeting voted several years ago, and they might take exception with that. So just want to put that out there. That's one of the reasons why we're reluctant and very cognizant when we raised rates on how it's going to affect municipal departments as well.
Thank you for that piece of information. It's very interesting. Okay, any other questions? Any other comments? Anyone else in the public wanting to speak? Okay, so let's close this hearing. Like I said, we will be voting next week on this matter. So read up and get your positions lined up. Okay, next. Public hearing and possible vote on the following special town meeting warrant article, Article 1. As you recall, you may know, this was a warrant article that was designed to provide us some cover if the legislature had not authorized virtual town meetings by the time we had our virtual town meeting. So this would have allowed us to file for special legislation to authorize the town meeting that we had already had. As it turns out, the legislature did pass legislation authorizing special town meetings. And this warrant article and this special town meeting is no longer necessary. So unless there's some other information we need to know, I would move that we vote no action on this. Ms. Goff, I see you're here. You want to add something?
Nope, just want to make sure you guys were ready to do that. So you've covered it.
Okay.
Why don't you hold the public hearing anyway?
Okay, this is a public hearing. That's right. Anyone in the public like to speak up on this issue? Devin, do we have anyone?
Looks like there are 17 attendees. No one has used the hand raise feature. I'm checking the Q&A. There are no open questions at this time.
Okay, so I'll close the public hearing. I move no action on warrant article 1 of the special town meeting. All in favor, Ms. Heller? Ms.
Aye.
Hamilton? Okay.
Yep.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Next. Annual town meeting warrant articles, public hearing, again, public hearing and possible vote on the following town meeting warrant articles. Article 4, report on closeouts, which is a fairly straightforward article. And Article 16, Oak Street sale.
Mr. Chair, I think you first have to take the vote under Article 13.
Oh, did I miss that? I'm sorry. Okay. Remote annual town meeting. I apologize. I looked over that. Okay, so we have a motion to defer certain articles until a future town meeting. And Mr. Kleckner sent us a memo on this with language that has been developed to satisfy the town moderator. with respect to not only deferring these, but assuring that any articles previously submitted by petition would be inserted in the warrant for the November town meeting without the requirements to resubmit a new petition. So, you'd like to add anything, Ms. Goff or Mr. Kleckner?
No.
Select board members have any questions about this? Fairly straightforward. We actually addressed this issue a few meetings ago. I think the town moderator wants us to be a little more explicit in terms of the rights of those persons who have filed warrant articles to have their warrant article taken up in November. So I move.
Excuse me, Bernard, could I just note for the board that one of the articles that is included in this deferral motion is Article 7, which is the additional funding on the high school project. And I sent you all a memo about that. As you know, in early March, when we submitted the number, we weren't facing COVID. And with COVID came all kinds of interruptions in the MBTA issues and more uncertainty about the costs and things. So it seemed prudent to defer it until November. It impacts the schedule very little because we can do some requests for proposals of the contractors, and we'll have better idea of price. The only schedule that it really impacts is Cypress Field. It delays it by about six to 9 months. And, you know, that's unfortunate, but it makes sense to have more information, and we will know more about MBTA costs, especially as they relate to COVID. So it's included in this motion. I just wanted you all to know.
Could I just add that what you have in front of you is the language that the advisory committee voted. And so prior to the building committee making this decision, the advisory committee had already moved that the item be deferred till November. So you'll see later on in the calendar that Article 7 is on there for a vote, because we didn't want to presume that that was the position that the board was taking. But given what Nancy said, that is the current recommendation.
Okay.
Yes,
adopt
and
the
the
advisory
building
vote.
commission, the building committee has met and has recommended that the Article 7 be deferred till November. The school committee has met and also recommended that. So it's the only vote that's left is a select board vote. The building commission actually doesn't vote on this particular aspect of the project. So if we vote tonight, it means we're vote to defer, including this. And I have no problem including it in the general motion, but just so you understand, you know what it means.
Right. Thank you for that update, or not update, but filling us in on Article 7. So any other questions or discussion regarding this vote? No. Okay. I move to support the deferral of warrant articles 1, 2, 7, 20 through 24, and 26 through 42 until the next scheduled town meeting, with the understanding that the select board intends to insert each of the deferred articles into the warrant of the next scheduled town meeting. Any article that was previously submitted by petition will be inserted into the warrant of the next scheduled town meeting without the requirement to resubmit a new petition. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, thank you. Now, okay, this is a public hearing. The previous one was just a motion to defer. Annual town meeting warrant articles, public hearing and possible vote on warrant article 4, report on closeout, and warrant article 16, Oak Street sale. Let's take them separately. Warrant article 4, someone like to, Ms. Goff, would you like to fill on this?
Sure. So this article was on the original list of articles that the board was looking to defer. It got missed in the advisory committee motion. So the easiest way to get rid of it, if you will, is for no action vote. Essentially, this is an exercise that we have department heads do to identify potential accounts in the CIP that would need to be closed out. That the comptroller would normally not feel comfortable closing himself without town meeting expressly doing that. Given the response to COVID that departments have been kind of focused on, we didn't have them complete this exercise, but we are aware of where the capacity is in certain CIP accounts. And you know, if we needed to, we could use the budget in order to close out accounts that needed to be closed out. So the motion in front of you is for no action.
Right. Okay. Any questions from the board? Okay, I move no action on warrant article 4, report on closeout of accounts. All in favor, Ms. Heller,
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton,
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez,
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Next, Article 16, Oak Street sale. Oh, this should be fun. Ms.
So
Goff?
I believe that Janice Kahn might be in the meeting, and I think she'll probably need to get promoted. Essentially, when the advisory committee was considering what articles to move forward, there was a strong push that Article 16 be added to the mix, and they voted to have that, and Janice is now promoted. What you have in your background materials is the narrative that was provided in the fall when town meeting last considered these articles. I don't think there's too much that's changed since that time, but obviously Janice has done her due diligence and compiled some additional information, and I'll let her take it from here.
Okay, Ms. Khan.
Yes, thank you, Melissa. So I do want to say that in researching and preparing my remarks for town meeting, I appreciate the help from the finance department, the assessors, purchasing, legal, and Melissa. So we have wonderful staff who's very helpful, and I appreciate that. And knowing that it's late and this has been a long night for you, I have prepared remarks that are probably 2 minutes. So please bear with me. I appreciate this time. So I filed warrant article 16 to enable town meeting to authorize the select board to sell the 3 townhouse condos on Oak Street that were purchased in 2019 for the sole purpose of supporting a project to build a night school at the Baldwin site. So timing is everything. The owners of the condos were asked to sell their homes to the town, and the purchase and sale agreements were completed prior to the May override, which, as it turned out, the voters rejected. So no one has a crystal ball, and I recognize that. But I have no doubt that had the outcome of the override been known ahead of time, the town would not have bonded the $4.7 million to purchase the condos. For the past 2 years, the town's been able to enter into short-term interest-only bans, costing a total of $233,694. But starting in March of next year, the town will have to convert to a long-term 25-year bond, which, depending on the interest rate, including principal and interest, could cost an additional $3 million above the $4.7 million to retain. So with all the priorities in town, such as funding teachers, investing in affordable housing, it appears to me that the town has much better uses for this money. The town purchased the townhouse condos with the intention of tearing them down to add a little over 8,000 square feet to the land at the site. It was never the town's intention to be landlords of these properties and to incur the costs of maintaining them. So, but timing, I think, works for us in this case because realtors are reporting that the mild winter and low mortgage rates coupled with a housing shortage has made this perhaps an ideal time to sell these properties and free the town from this debt. So the sale would bring back needed residential tax dollars. In today's dollars, it's about $35,000. And it has the additional benefit of counting as new growth. So I hope you'll see that there are a lot of advantages to giving you the authority. Whether or not you choose to exercise that and when you choose to exercise that is up to you. But I'd like you to have the flexibility to act if you feel that it's prudent.
Okay, any further public comment? This is a public hearing. Any?
Clint Richmond would like to speak on this issue.
Okay, Mr. Richmond again.
Hi, good evening again. I actually didn't know this was on the agenda, but what I saw was I thought I would join in. I did participate in the advisory committee hearing, and you probably had the result of the advisory committee vote, which was strongly or unanimously in favor of this, barring extensions. But as I pointed out when this warrant article was defeated in the fall, while of course we had one idea for the land, and now that idea will not come to fruition. I still think that since it is in a very rare and valuable location, being adjacent to both a park and a school, that we should consider holding on to it, and that there's no need to tear down the properties now, but it could be converted into affordable housing, and that prior to the advisory committee hearing, there had been no outreach to any of our housing boards or authorities to consider if they might be interested in it, and they may not be. I mean, it's expensive housing for public housing, but it's not fancy housing. These are very simple townhouses. They are good for families. We don't have any other townhouses in town, except I did find out we do have a few at the Walnut Street location. But as you might imagine, those are much in demand. And I think with COVID, having separate entrances makes them safer. They'd be integrated into a part of town that has no affordable housing. There's no affordable housing in town. It's sort of town-owned, west of Washington Street and High Street, or south and west, however you want to think of those. They're on a slight diagonal. So I think it's good to distribute affordable housing throughout the town. That location is close to the T, and of course it's close to the park, because those properties don't have much yard space. So they're very modest in terms of their siting. So even though they'd be kind of expensive on a per unit basis, they are quite modest and meet that I think that unique niche within the town. The other thing is that there hasn't been any financial analysis done of leasing the site so that we can preserve control in the future. With the Webster Street Hotel project, we leased that parking lot. We didn't sell it. So we have a 99-year lease. It had a higher return than a straight sale. And I'd like to see an analysis of holding that, because again, it could be valuable in the future, as park space, for example. So, and I know there are other town meeting members who are definitely proponents of affordable housing who would consider this. And if the school department wanted to use it for offices, that's also an option, but that's up to them. So, I know that would require some rehabilitation, whereas if you preserved it as housing, you wouldn't need to change any of the structure. So those are sort of the gist of my remarks, and I'd be happy to submit some of this in writing, and I apologize for not doing so in advance.
Okay, any further questions or comments from the public? I see a comment from Ms. Khan. Do you want to state that, because I lost it on my
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Bernard. So yes, town meeting did not approve the purchase of these townhouses for any other use than the expansion of the Baldwin School. And honestly, that is its best use. It is only 8,000 square feet. It's 0.2 acres. The cost of this, compared to other projects that are potentially here, we paid the equivalent of $23.5 million per acre for these houses. It is it is wildly expensive. And I think that we could not only clear the debt, and it would be very good to at least start to lower our debt service just a little bit, knowing that we've got more overrides to come, and hopefully make a profit on the sale that can then be put into the affordable housing trust or into salaries for teachers or something, some real benefit to the whole town and to the residents in the town. As affordable housing for 3 people, it's so expensive. This is going to cost when we're finished. We built over $7 million, and at Newbury, the plan is over $6.5 million for 18 units on site or 100 units in town. It just seems that we need to be fiscally cognizant of the real needs in this town and use our tax dollars to the greatest advantage. To me, it is not using our funds wisely for the greatest good of this town. Thank you.
By the way, I assume that Mr. Richmond wasn't talking about low-income affordable housing, rather workforce-type housing. Okay.
I still think that leaves us as landlords, and I'm not sure that that's really what we want to be.
Yeah, got it. Okay, any other questions, any other discussion? And I'll emphasize again that number one, this will require a 2/3 vote at town meeting, and which is why it failed before. And second, maybe one reason why it failed. And secondly, all this warrant article does is authorize the select board to sell if we want to, if we feel that it's prudent, that there aren't some other alternative uses for it. So that's 2 things to keep in mind. Any further discussion?
Did you want to open it up to us, select board member? Are we voting on this tonight?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Yeah, it's open to both the public as well as select board members.
Okay. Well, I'll make my comments now then.
Okay.
That's fine. So I can appreciate the issues that Janice is raising, but I also appreciate the ones that Clint is raising. And beyond that, I think that there are issues of, what are we looking for in the future and the strategic planning around this piece of property, which adds a lot to that Baldwin property. The school committee has not yet made a plan for that Baldwin property, and I'm hoping that they will do that. But we already know that they may turn it into a beep center, or maybe special education. It may be something which could really promote education in the town and in that area of town. Could become offices. It would need a zoning change, but that is within the control of town meeting. In addition to which, we know that Pine Manor is now being bought by BC, and we don't know what that's going to do to the area, and whether the fact that we own Oak Street makes the Baldwin property that much more attractive, I think. I just don't think it's the right time to sell it. The issue of money is clearly there, but when you think that 100 years ago, we were offered that Dane estate for nothing except the operating costs, and the select board said, no, we don't want it because we don't want to have the operating, because that just, what a terrible decision. The town needs so much in terms of property. We have so many needs. I think that it does not do us well to sell this property now. And at the time when we determine that we do want to sell it or dispose of it in a different way, we can ask town meeting for that support. We don't need to have it now.
Okay, any other comments, questions from the public
Yes.
or the select board? Mr. Renskoya.
An issue that has not been mentioned, which I think people need to think about very seriously, is credibility. And this is a property that was bought too soon because it was bought in anticipation of a debt exclusion passing that never passed. We overpaid for it. We then undercharged tenants because we had created an awkward situation where we talked people out of ownership of their properties on the false expectation that a school was about to be built in their front yards. And now we're compounding the mistake by pretending that holding on to it in the middle of an economic crisis, when we're going to be asking the town to spend money on the West Campus of Newbury, it has no consequence for our credibility. Our credibility is at stake, and the only way to get our credibility back is to sell the property that we never should have bought in the first place and move on, because all it will take is for one person to stand up at town meeting and say the same people who are telling us that this West Campus is a good deal are the ones that overpaid for a property that they never should have bought in the first place and that now they refuse to sell. And I'm sorry, but if people can't sort of see that that's what we're doing to our credibility, I really worry about how we're going to approach other issues where our credibility is at stake.
Yeah, I don't think this has anything to do with credibility, but and,
We'll have to disagree.
we disagree on the Baldwin, the viability of that project, and you know, the use of this Oak Street properties to make that even more viable, more of a great opportunity. But that's neither here nor there. Any other discussion?
So
Mr. Hamilton.
I was I think one of the proponents last year when the override in May failed, and then we had this property because we're always asked, you know, to fund certain things, and in my opinion, it is a lot of money for what we are getting, since we are not going to be building on the Baldwin site anytime soon. So I just want to bring up a couple of things kind of related to what John just said. One, we already know we're going to have a debt exclusion for Pierce. We know we're going to have a debt exclusion for Newbury. Hopefully in November, we'll be able to take the first step in revisiting the Community Preservation Act that would then allow the voters of Brookline to assess a 1% tax to then fund public open space preservation, historic preservation, and affordable housing. So I think at this time, it makes sense to authorize the select board to do a lot of the analysis. I actually agree with Mr. Richmond that, you know, some of those questions do need to be answered, and we do need to do some analysis, but we're going before the voters very frequently over the past few years, and I'm sure over the next 3 years. And I just want to be able to, as John just said, you know, our credibility is at issue.
May I also just remind everyone that the advisory committee has unanimously voted to authorize the select board, if it chooses, to sell this property at some time in the future. By what logic would we tell the advisory committee, no, please don't give us that power because we might actually use it? You know, we can make that decision in the future. But this is simply to go along with the unanimous vote of the advisory committee to give us some power to do something. And I don't know why people are hesitating on this, but so be it.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, any discussion from the public or questions or comments from the public, Devin?
at this time, there are no questions in the Q&A, and I don't see anyone making use of the hand raise feature.
Okay, so I move favorable action on warrant article 16, Oak Street sale, Oak Street property sale. All in favor, Ms. Heller.
No.
Ms. Hamilton.
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez.
No.
Pardon me?
No.
Oh, no. Mr. Vanscoya.
Yes.
Oh, God, put me on the spot. Okay, I'm going to vote yes, not because I think it's necessarily a great idea, but because I think, the board has an opportunity to really assess potential use of this property in the future, the benefits that would accrue from selling the property as well as from keeping the property for whatever purpose. So we have an opportunity to do that or not do it. And we'll see what town meeting does in terms of giving us that authority. So the warrant article passes 3-2. Thank you. Next, warrant article 7, Brookline High School. As we talked earlier, this will be deferred to November. Do we have to take a vote on it this, or just?
I would just say that the select board is making no motion under Article 7. That's
Okay.
how I'll write the report.
Okay, great. Warrant article 8, town budget. Now it gets fun.
I'm sorry, Bernard.
Yeah.
I was muted. I think what we did was we agreed to defer it. So I don't want to make no motion. I don't want that to mean that we won't take it up in November.
It just means you didn't move it, Nancy. It's different from no action.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, okay. And the action we took was earlier when we.
It was earlier to defer along with all those other ones. So that it's one of the ones we will consider without having to go through the hoopla of making another motion.
Right. Okay, Article 8, town budget. Ms. Goff, how would you like us to deal with this?
So I am going to bring up the town meeting tables that we've used to help us guide us through some of the changes in the budget. I've been with the advisory committee for a few hours now, and they have made a motion. I did present the select board's motion on the police budget and the changes that you had voted earlier in the evening. They are looking to engage with the police chief, and they're hoping that they can do that on Thursday. So essentially what they did was vote the operating budget as recommended by the town administrator, with the exception of the police department budget, which they're hoping to take up on Thursday. And then I can guide you through the changes that they've made to CIP and reserves. And we can talk about a little bit about some of the thought process behind that as well, if that sounds good.
Okay, so they're going to take up the police department budget on Thursday. We won't have a chance to do anything after that, or would we be able to take this up at our
So
Tuesday
they're going to
meeting?
be reacting to your motion, which I need to clarify with John some of the human services adjustments, and maybe we can do that as we're scrolling down. And then I believe that Scott still intends on filing a motion that is replicating what he and Raul presented this evening. So I would imagine that if that happens, that the board would have to, well, you already considered it, but I think that there would be an opportunity. I would imagine that there might be more than one motion to consider the first night of town meeting.
Okay.
But I think the goal here is to try and get a motion in the supplemental mailing for town meeting to consider.
Okay. So are you saying that we should vote on the town budget excluding the police?
No, you've made a motion on the police budget.
Okay.
And so that is what I was intending on updating this table with. I just wanted to clarify if John, I'm not sure if John got my earlier email this evening.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I replied to it actually, Melissa.
okay. So the issue is that John's motion was for 166,000. Restoration of all the human services cuts amounted to 182,000. And so I was assuming that if we're looking to meet the $166,000 number, that we would not be able to reverse the cut in the health department of the vehicle that we had reduced in capital outlay, that potentially we would just take the remaining balance, which is about 13,000, and put that in the health department under their services accounts for them to use to support their activities.
Sounds like they're going to need it. So sounds like a good idea to me.
Okay, so we're voting on the budget as amended earlier today by the select board. Any discussion?
Well, wait a second. I think Melissa was going to go over some other changes the advisory committee did make tonight.
Yep. So that's the operating side. So you're solid on the operating side, and you need to react to what they've done on the capital and the reserves. And they're still considering your motion on the operating side.
Okay.
That's kind of where we are with them.
Okay, so do we need to vote on our operating budget decisions?
So you took a motion earlier this evening, and that's what I was going to incorporate in this table. I just wanted to clarify with John that change on the health department. So if you're comfortable.
What about the rest of the operating budget?
So I think once we go through the table, what I'd like you to do is endorse the table with the changes that we've discussed.
Okay, that's what I was asking. Okay.
Does that sound like?
And you're starting off with the operating budget, and then we'll do the capital. Okay.
Yeah, because I already have what you've proposed there, and so now we have the changes that the advisory committee has moved on reserves and capital.
Okay.
So the first thing that they did, they had a lot of discussion about whether or not there should be additional reductions to the Retiree Group Health Trust, otherwise known as OPEBs, other post-employment benefits. And so where they landed on there was to take this appropriation of $4,181,000 and say you can transfer the first $2,181,979, but the second $2 million, don't transfer that until December 1st. And so essentially what that is doing is giving them flexibility should there be a town meeting in November and things look dire. They haven't transferred that money to the trust, that potentially could be used to help with any kind of issues that are coming about in November as we kind of go into the fiscal year.
Okay.
So I have language around that if the board would like to utilize, I can read it for you as soon as I dig it out. Okay, so they moved with respect to the OPEB item that $2 million of appropriated funds not be transferred to the OPEB trust until 12/1/2020.
Okay, any questions from the board on that? Okay, so you're asking us to agree to that?
Yes.
Okay. I move approval of the language that Ms. Goff just read, holding $2 million of the OPEB, $2 million in the OPEB trust fund, hold it. Well, explain what they said again.
They're basically saying instead of transferring $4,181,979, transfer $2,181,979 and transfer the remaining $2 million in December 1st.
Right. Okay.
They're agreeing with the amount. They're just suggesting that it should be expended in two parts.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. All in favor? Ms. Heller.
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton.
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez.
Aye.
Mr. Benskoyak.
I'm a no, and frankly, I thought we were going to have some discussion of this, but it's very late, and I think I will just say no since the other members have voted for it, and I will reserve the discussion for the next opportunity we have to look at this this proposal.
Okay, so we had an opportunity to discuss this.
Well, it was a little strange because, the way you put it to Melissa was you're just asking us to approve what they did, whereas there hadn't been any discussion of whether we should approve what they did. And I have a position on that, but as I say, it's very late and there's 4 votes to just go forward. So I think, we can save the discussion for later.
Okay, assuming that I'm going to vote yes.
Sorry,
yes.
Bernard, I didn't mean to assume that. Yeah.
Chair votes yes. Okay. What's the next item?
So as you recall, the town administrator's recommendation increased the reserve fund by $1 million, essentially reducing what we had originally allocated towards the stabilization fund. This used to be a $2 million number. Now it's $1 million. In addition, the advisory committee added $821,951 on top of that $1 million recommendation. And they are doing that. The funding from that is coming from the additional reductions in the CIP, specifically around classroom capacity. And let me go through the rest of it, and then we can go back up to that particular item so you can understand how the changes are kind of shaking out. So they essentially reduced the classroom capacity number to the requirements of the lease for next year are about 1.46 million. So this $2 million number gives you a little bit of forward funding, but essentially covers fiscal year 21 obligations with a little bit of room leading into fiscal 22. And so with those savings, or with the reduction that they made, what they did was they increased the ADA renovation line, which now is in line with what the town administrator recommended, which is $80,000. That was the original amount before the COVID even began. Increased the town school ground rehab by $10,000. The town administrator had previously recommended $155,000. And then they added $500,000 to the street rehab accounts. But the add there is for the Davis Path footbridge. So one of the issues that we have with the Davis Path footbridge is that this problem emerged after the warrant closed. So we can't create a line item in the budget to fund this item because it wasn't on the original warrant that was filed. So what the advisory committee is doing is putting the money in the street rehab account so that in November it will be available for repurposing under a budget amendment. So that's what they're doing there. And then they also
Melissa, before you move on, can you explain the reduction on the classroom capacity line item, exactly what that is?
So we had originally in the CIP, I had used available free cash to pre-fund some of the lease obligations. So originally that account was around $6 million. Under the town administrator's recommendations, we reduced that to $2.5 million. And the advisory committee reduced it even further, which essentially funds the fiscal 21 obligation and a small portion of fiscal 22's obligation.
Okay. So will the impact just be that we're covered through part of 2022 and then we've got to, we'll come back and figure out the rest?
Yeah, essentially what it does is put more pressure in the out years of the CIP, but they felt like they would rather have the time that would allow them to deal with that than to do a reduction in something like OPEBs. They felt like the CIP was something that at least they would have more time in order to be able to deal with.
Okay, thanks.
Could I just ask a question about this? So the classroom capacity, we don't know, as I understand it yet, how school is going to work next year. And we don't understand whether we'll need additional classrooms in order to have more social distancing. So I'm a little worried about, changing this number around, especially on the reduction side, when we don't know how are we going to have to be able to meet a smaller number of kids in each class for social distancing reasons. And I don't know whether this account would have helped in that way.
So I think that the account is covering the existing lease obligations. What were you anticipating would be other potential? Were you anticipating additional leases? Because at this point, that's not what I'm hearing from the school committee.
I don't know whether they've made any decisions about that. The problem, of course, is that we don't know really. They don't know either, as I understand it. Maybe there's some information I'm lacking, which is very possible. But has the governor made any recommendations about school classrooms?
So one of the discussions that the advisory committee had was that, their understanding of the CARES Act basically allowed them the comfort level to, make these recommendations and reallocations, because they're now realizing that there's $5.2 million that we have available to us. We've submitted for 800,000, and we'll be getting more guidance on, what DESC is requiring, and that balance in the CARES account is going to be part of how we fund that. So we can't, and I think Mel spoke to this earlier this evening, one of the things we've been urging the advisory committee is, we can't budget for COVID, because as soon as we do, then that expense is not eligible for reimbursement. And so, some members of the advisory committee felt like, well, even if we can't budget for COVID, there's still some, concerns about potential, the revenue scenarios that we assumed. And so that's kind of the rationale behind why they were looking to boost the reserve fund. So that's just kind of
what is the school department's reaction to this? Essentially, as I understand it, I don't see it on my screen. I think you'd have to scroll down.
Yep.
This cut in the classroom capacity line item.
So I think it was relayed in the meeting that that they didn't have an adverse reaction to it. I think that they are just expecting that when they request the funding that they need in fiscal 22 for classroom capacity, that the CIP will accommodate it.
And do we have enough flexibility in the CIP to accommodate that?
I think it's too soon to say what our CIP impact is going to be, because we've said all along this is a multi-year problem, and that to the extent that we have a reduction in free cash in fiscal 20, that will also ripple into what we have available to fund our CIP.
I see.
So that's the Davis Path footbridge that we just covered, and then they did restore the 726 549 in affordable housing. So they basically use the reduction in classroom capacity instead of appropriating additional free cash to make this restoration. So it's almost like that 726 that we recommended not appropriating would potentially still be available next year for additional purposes.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead, John.
Well, Melissa, it's unfair to you to ask you to try to read the mind of the advisory committee, but could you comment on whether there is sort of a theme to what they're doing? Because I feel that that's maybe what we're missing here.
Mm-hmm.
What is the theme behind all of this?
I think that they're trying to be cautious, but they're also trying to create capacity in the event that we have, a hard time balancing in November.
Right. And the capacity would then lie in their hands to be the gatekeepers of how we deal with requests for emergency, for not unanticipated expenses.
I think it's in several areas. I think it's in the OPEB appropriation because they've placed that language on there. I think it's a little bit in the CIP. a little bit in unappropriated. The CARES Act provides some flexibility as well. But yes, there is, additional funding. And I did explain to them that the town administrator supported the $1 million that was originally recommended, but was not supportive of the additional 800,000 that was added.
And my purpose in asking these questions is that I'm aware that there is a minority, I can't quite tell if it's more than just 2 or 3, a minority of the advisory committee that feels this is a misguided effort by the advisory committee, and that essentially it is the advisory committee assuming authority that really belongs in the hands of the town administrator and the select board. And that in fact is supported by Massachusetts general law in terms of during times of emergency, there are powers to actually what they call deficit spent. And this is kind of an end run around the town administrator and the select board using their power of deficit spending to deal with unanticipated expenses by instead kind of locking up some money that would be under the control of the advisory committee. And then they then would be the gatekeepers of the spending of that money. And it feels to me as though we got a legitimate issue here that we need to be aware of. And if we think that we should assert our control over the money, we have a way to do it.
Building committee.
Mel has been thinking about this, and I'm not sure that I've accurately portrayed the situation. He may want to comment.
But what I'm particularly concerned about is doing anything that might jeopardize the town's ability to secure federal funding or reimbursement for COVID-19 expenses. And as Melissa mentioned, we've heard very clearly from the state, if you budget for them, you will no longer be eligible for reimbursement of those expenses. So I'm very worried that any of this would be perceived as budgeting for COVID-19. I'm hearing that there's kind of an effort not to do that, but it sounds like they're trying to create more emergency funding under the reserve fund. My own personal feeling is I'd like to defer and make sure that we get a good bump in our fund balance at June 30th. That's when, the rating agencies and the auditors will look at our fund balance, and if we use it all now, then we're not going to get that bump. That's what I'm concerned about. I think we can do all these things in November myself. Although I'm not opposed to, if you wanted to put the affordable housing money back, I get a sense that the board's uncomfortable with that. And so, that would come from that. Otherwise, I don't really see any need to do any of this. Maybe the Davis Path Footbridge is a good project to fund. And, I think, that's another one I'd like to think about some more. That's come up this evening. I'd like to give that some thought.
I have to say that in general, I agree with Mel that, we shouldn't do anything to jeopardize that federal funding. And if the affordable housing line might actually be one of those, we've just infused it with CDBG money. And so, if we had it in a different place, we could always move it in November. It wouldn't probably be spent before then anyway. So I don't want to. I agree with Mel. I don't want to change anything that would jeopardize any of our COVID funding.
There are particular advisory committee members who are sufficiently worked up about this that I believe they're going to issue their own sort of minority opinion. And to give you, and I promise I will only read a short sentence or two, to give you a sense of how strongly they feel about it, David Lescoyer has been emailing me. And here's just a couple of sentences from an email I got this morning. The problem is that the advisory committee is chasing its tail trying to squeeze blood from a stone because the advisory committee is seeking to redirect up to $10 million from within a shrunken fixed pie in order to reserve for undefined COVID spending, which the advisory committee believes may be needed, it is assumed, between now and the November special town meeting. Unfortunately, the advisory committee is attempting to, in effect, work above its pay grade, pushing funds from here to there without proper information about what may actually be required in the next few months. This is the advisory committee functioning in a panic mode, grabbing at straws that are actually beyond its reach. I think David may have set a record for metaphors in those two sentences, but when he feels strongly about something, he lets you know it.
So but basically what he's saying is we should stick to the town administrator's budget.
Absolutely, and if we don't stick to the town administrator's budget, who will? You know.
Yeah. Well, I think we should. I agree with him. I mean, I would not have put it quite that strongly. Yes, I believe we should.
John, not to put her on the spot, but Amy Hummel is here, and I don't want to be accused of mischaracterizing any of the debate. And since she was on the side supporting this, if potentially we could elevate her so she could speak.
Yeah.
Yes, this is a public hearing, so let's open it up now and listen to Amy. Either a dog or a toilet flushing.
I'm sorry, that's my dog. I put myself on mute again.
Hi. Thanks for letting me just make a few comments. So a couple of things I wanted to say that I had heard earlier about advisory that John had made. We actually went to great lengths and had an extra meeting today in order to not move money to the reserve fund that is only under our control, but to take that $2 million specifically that would go to OPEBs and leave it, sort of have it available for that, but leave it for town meeting to help be part of that discussion and what we do with that money. Very aware of the fact that if we just stuck it into the reserve fund under advisory control, that would leave a bad feeling in everybody's. It wouldn't be a positive message, and that's not our intent. Is to have some sort of reserve fund money grab. So we affirmatively did not do that, and we actually put less money in than was originally proposed as well. So I want to make that really clear. That is, we just want to be able to respond to emergencies if they happen, but we absolutely don't want to be the deciders. And that's why we made that specific choice. And as far as the affordable housing, we're abundantly aware that that's clearly a big issue in town. And that, I understand the reasons that the administrator didn't put it in there, but the town administrator and the ideas around it. And that's for you to decide as a select board what you feel. But we just felt really strongly too that, we hear that message loud and clear, and we wanted to show that. And because we were able to we didn't make that $10 million mark, the one that David was talking about. It was put out there, that discussion was had, but we didn't hit that threshold at all. We did put money back in because that's a decision we made, not to plan for the absolute worst case scenario, but somewhere in the middle. And so we put that back knowing that that's a big issue in town, very important to town meeting and to the general public. And so we felt like it was important to be there. So I just wanted to say that about that. We are trying to plan very carefully and trying to listen to what we've heard. So that's what I'll say about that.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Devin, is anyone raising their hand to speak? Any further questions or comments from the board? Melissa, explain to me what we're going to be voting on. Is it the town administrator's budget or versus the advisory committee budget? That's a simple vote.
So I have your direction on the operating side. I think just for the yellow highlights, I would like the board to either vote for or against the advisory motion. And if they do not support the advisory motion and there's a surplus created, if you will, where you would want to allocate the funds. And so what I had said to the advisory committee was that in the absence of reducing the classroom capacity amount and putting it in the reserve fund, the recommendation would be to revert it back to the reserve fund, to the classroom capacity item, because essentially what that does is create some relief in the out years of the CIP that we know we likely would need.
Okay.
Can I,
Yeah, Nancy, go ahead.
if we want to stick to the town administrator's budget, can't we just say we're going to stick to the town administrator's budget and not deal with these various pieces?
I think the only item that would be outstanding would be the question about the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and whether or not you would want to restore that reduction, because that's some conversations that
Or
are.
that deferral.
Again,
it's not a
that's something
reduction.
that maybe we'll get more money under CDBG as we did this last round. And so if we budgeted for it, we wouldn't get it because, if we, I like the money, but I don't want to jeopardize getting additional money for that purpose from the CARES Act. And I think that's where the additional CDBG money came from. So I think we're maybe shooting ourselves in the foot there.
So the only thing we would have to undo, as I understand it, is the vote we just took earlier for one of the items that the advisory committee changed. And if we reverse that vote and then leave everything else alone as it was in Mel's proposed budget, we'd be where we want to be, right?
Well, wait, hold on. What do you mean where we want to be? I thought this is why we take votes. That's how we determine where we are.
Absolutely. Yeah. I was just speaking for me and Nancy.
Oh, where you two want to be. Got it.
Well, go ahead. Everybody can speak for where they want to be.
All right. No, I thought we were voting on this just like we did before on the next motion.
Yeah.
So,
okay. Phrase a motion for us, Melissa.
all right. So why don't we start with the easy one, since I've gotten your direction on the police department budget and the human services adjustments. I would have the motion, I would probably frame it this way: support the town administrator's recommendations on the operating budget as amended by Select Board Member John Van Scoyac.
Okay. All in favor? Can we vote? Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Honestly, I'm having a hard time. I don't know if it's the hour or I'm not really sure, but I'm having a really hard time trying to follow.
I think it is the hour, but let me try to help explain. So the operating budget, I think we're in sync, or we're leading on that one, and the advisory committee is going to respond to our the board the positive vote the board took tonight. It's on capital and other things that they're changing things around. So, I think we're just going to have to take them one at a time if you want, or you can do an omnibus vote to say none of them. But the ones in yellow are the ones that you're now in disagreement with the advisory committee. The advisory committee's recommendation will go to town meeting. So if you want to not go with that, you have to vote affirmatively and propose amendments to that. And you can do that on an omnibus vote, and we'll figure it out. If you want to just say, everything stays with the town administrator's recommendation, that's okay too. But that incorporates all the yellow items, Heather.
Yeah, I just worry that, since we are probably going to be taking this in, line by line order, for instance, I fully support the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I would love to see, $700,000 put in there. But if we do it line by line, I'm just worried that the budget doesn't necessarily shake out. So we're voting on things about whether or not we want to see them in there, but it's not a true picture of the whole, because we then don't know, okay, I support this, but maybe I disagree on, their choices around the retiree group health trust fund. I can't do the math that quickly to know whether or not, if we put money over here, does it all shake out the way that the town administrator's budget does right now?
But I agree with you, Heather. But I think that what I'm saying about the affordable housing, and I agree, I like to put more money into it. What I would like is for us to have a chance to get more money from the federal government for affordable housing, just like we did, earlier tonight, we voted to put a chunk of money into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund from CDBG. We may get more CDBG. That's one of the ways that they seem to be funneling the money. And I think that it behooves us to wait and see, given that we have so many needs in so many different areas, that if we don't budget for it, we can end up putting more money there from additional funds that we get in. It doesn't mean we won't do it in November. It just means we're waiting to see what we get, what we can apply for under the CARES Act, because we haven't voted the funding for it.
I understand all that. What I'm saying is if we do these one at a time, the math doesn't necessarily work out.
Right.
It's very misleading to do it one by one.
Well, that's the other reason to just adopt the town administrator's budget. We know what that was, and we agreed with it, and then and it was balanced. And then they just have to figure out where which human services the 166,000 goes to, and then we'll be all set. And then we can, do something different right before town meeting or whatever, depending upon the situation. I mean, it is only a week away, so I know there's probably not that much that's going to change, but I don't like the classroom capacity issue. There's a bunch of things I don't like there. So, and it would be okay with me if we voted to hold half of the OPEB money and not to leave it in that line item, but not spend it until December. I'm okay with that. But because I think we could change our minds in November or December about that line, but that's the only one.
Yeah.
Lisa, can you explain if this board says no thanks to all of the recommendations that are highlighted in yellow, what happens next?
So the advisory committee motion is the main motion, and then amendments get placed on top of that. So if the board decided to have an amendment restoring something that they've reduced or vice versa, that would be an amendment to their motion.
Okay.
So if we adopt the town administrator's budget, that would have to be an amendment to the advisory committee budget. Okay.
Correct.
And we'd have to justify each one of the yellow items that we disagree with.
So the only yellow items that are really in dispute, this item is really about accepting the language splitting the payment, so the number doesn't change there. This number here is $821,951 higher than the town administrator's recommendation. This number here is full funding of the original amount, which is $726,549 higher than the town administrator's recommendation. He was recommending.
I'm sorry, Melissa, I don't see where you are.
Sorry. The Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I'm just trying to explain. $726,549. Can you see that?
Yeah.
So I think Mel is saying that he is open to appropriating funds for this, but his recommendation was really to preserve flexibility in November. And then if things look good in November, that we would be recommending restoration of this number.
Right.
The question here is whether or not we want to put $500,000 in roadways in order to preserve some funding that we know we're going to need around Davis Path Footbridge.
Otherwise, where would we take that money from? Mel, from your budget, where would we get that money if we needed it?
I believe that comes from the CIP.
Classroom capacity. It basically, the reduction that they took in classroom capacity is funding this $500,000 number. So if you decide that you want to go with the original recommendation of the town administrator, we'd be reducing this number by 500 and we'd be increasing classroom capacity by 500. This 165, the town administrator's number was $10,000 less. If you want to keep that reduction, you would basically be keeping it. You would basically be. Sorry, I'm a little tired too. Using the classroom capacity number to balance that out. This $80,000 number here mirrors what the town administrator has. So it's really a question of the 10,000 here, the 500,000 here, the 726 here, and the 821 here. Those are your changes. And to the extent that you want to adopt them or not, it would be the balance would be put into the classroom capacity.
But it doesn't take into account our earlier vote regarding the police.
So the police budget, essentially the reduction that John proposed is offset by additions on the human services department side. So okay. It's a wash. So this is really, the yellow is really the areas that you need to focus on.
Okay.
Okay, can we come up with a vote with respect to the classroom capacity, because that impacts a couple other items.
I think the way to go, Bernard, might be to start with these items, and to the extent that you accept or reject them, then you'll see a surplus at the bottom of the page that then we can put into the classroom capacity.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay.
Would it make sense to have the omnibus vote first, and then if that fails, go through them individually?
Do you want to do it that way?
Yes.
Well, yeah. I mean, it feels
Okay.
like if we do the omnibus, we can all go home and go to bed.
Yeah, we have a couple more items, but that's a good point.
Well,
or stay home, but go to bed.
Well, can I ask that the affordable housing be a separate vote then from the rest of the items there?
So it's not an omnibus.
Wow.
So, Raul, you're looking for the town administrator's vote plus the town administrator's recommendation plus John's amendment that the board already voted plus 726, 549 for affordable housing.
Appropriated now as opposed to in November.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that you guys want to make sure that that's what your motion is?
Well, I thought we were going to be able to vote simply, vote separately on that as an item. You're saying that this would be sort of changing the omnibus vote.
So if we vote omnibussly, you would have to vote against it because the town administrator's budget does not include an appropriation at this time for the Affordable Housing Trust.
But the budget is built with the expectation that we'll change that in November.
Right.
Understood.
One last okay. Just one last clarifying question about the streetscape money. Is that bike and pedestrian, or is that truly roadway?
Roadway.
Okay.
Okay. So we can separate out the affordable housing vote because it would cause one member to vote against the omnibus budget or omnibus vote, or we can just vote it on as an omnibus vote, and he would just have to vote no. So how should we do this?
I think the end result would be the same either way, in that if there is a majority that wants to do the affordable housing number, they would vote against the omnibus.
Right. Okay. So why don't we give those people who want to accelerate the appropriation of the Housing Trust Fund payment, an opportunity to express that by voting yes or no with respect to that acceleration. Is that fair?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay.
One last clarifying question on the retiree group health trust fund. So is it the advisory committee's recommendation to lower that?
No. They just want to condition the expenditure to do in two parts. It's
So
not.
Heather-
It doesn't change the numbers.
You're looking at there. It is a reduction from the 20 number. You are correct if that's what you're looking at, the 600.
Okay.
But that was because we in fiscal 20 used free cash to support the appropriation. We are not doing that in fiscal 21. And then additionally, the town administrator recommended not increasing the OPEB number by 250,000, which has been the historical increase to that line item with operating funds.
So Heather, the answer is it's the same number. I'm happy if we split up the expenditure in two parts. That's fine. But I'm not. Does the board need to take a vote on that, Melissa?
There's basically conditional language that's placed on the item, and so the board would either need to accept or reject that language.
Well, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
fine with that language too.
Okay, does that mean we have to separate out that line item also for a separate vote?
Well, if we do an omnibus vote, we can say we're doing an omnibus vote, except that we accept the advisory committee's language on holding back on the OPEB spending of $2 million until December.
Okay, so we're reducing the appropriation of the town administrator's budget.
No, there's no reduction. The appropriation remains.
It's the
Just the
same.
timing of the expenditure is split in two.
Okay. Okay, so let's vote on the affordable housing item. I move. Let's see. I move appropriation, acceleration of appropriation of the $726,549 into the Affordable Housing Trust to the current town meeting. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
I'm going to vote no on the theory that we may get more CARES money, and I want to be able to use that for the affordable housing. So I'll vote no for now, but I would vote yes in November.
Okay.
So no.
In November, you said. Yeah, of course.
I will vote yes in November, but not now. I want to vote
okay.
now. I want to stick to the town administrator's budget.
Yeah, that's the vote here. Now or November. Ms. Hamilton.
I guess I'll vote yay.
Okay, Mr. Fernandez.
Yes.
Mr. Van Scoyac.
I'm with Nancy, no.
Okay, chair votes no. Now let's go to the omnibus. Okay, vote on an omnibus vote on all the other items. We're voting in favor of the town administrator's budget instead of the advisory committee's budget, with the exception that the Retiree Health Trust Fund would be spent be spent in two pieces. One on December 1st, 2020.
With respect to the item, that $2 million would not be transferred from the OPEB trust until December 1st.
Right. Okay, that clarifies it. Is that clear? Okay. All in favor of the town administrator's budget with that exception, please vote yes. Ms. Heller.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez.
No.
Mr. Van Scoyac.
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Okay. What else do we have to do with the budget, Melissa? Thank you for helping us through that task, which was made more difficult by the late hour and the fact that I haven't eaten dinner.
So essentially, it's the recommendation of the town administrator plus the conditional language. That's the board's recommendation.
Right.
Okay, just want to make sure that's clear.
Okay, is that all we need on the budget?
I believe so. I will be keeping tabs on the advisory committee and any other motions that come in. I'm sure this isn't the last we'll be talking about it.
Okay, good. Alcoholic beverages regulations. Discussion and possible vote on a proposed amendment to section A 27 of the town sales of alcoholic beverages regulations. Alcoholic beverages. Just a few more minutes and I'll have my cocktail.
Yeah.
Good evening, everybody. This is Kara Bruton, Economic Development Director. Todd Crane is going to be joining us for the next item. This first item is very simple. We are asking the select board to change your regulations related to alcohol beverage sales of the town. There are many regulations in your packet. There is one very specific one. It's regulation section A27 about server training. So these are servers that are in restaurants and other locations where they have a liquor license. The suggested edit that we're asking the select board to take tonight is to strike the sentence that all managers and alternate managers must receive in-person training in order to be employed as a manager or alternate manager. Long story short, more communities are allowing online training in order to get your so-called TIP certification. Brookline is one of the few to still require in-person training. This is especially coming to a head right now with COVID, when there's nobody's doing in-person training right now. Many of our restaurants that are trying to open back up are getting new employees, and having this online training is helpful. However, to be clear, we are asking that this be a permanent change. It's come to a head because of COVID, but we are asking that it be permanently changed so that more restaurant owners that are trying to start up can more easily get their staff TIP certified online rather than traveling to neighboring states in order to get TIP certification.
Seems fairly straightforward to me.
Well, the only thing that bothers me about it is, you know, we've been doing a lot of online stuff, and I've done online training, and it's sometimes helpful to really have that kind of interaction and in person, so that you can ask questions, and somehow maybe, you know, it sinks in better if you just read it on the, you know, and there's not interactive online training. In other words, it's not something that, you know, you're given a video and you watch it and that's the end of it, you know, whereas it's not this kind of interaction even. I mean, I think I could support, you know, where you took a Zoom class online, but not just handing somebody or letting them download something, because you don't know how much they're really going to absorb and how much, you know, the managers and alternate managers, and they're critical in the operation of these restaurants and in the sale of liquor. So I don't know. I would rather see it be a little more specific as to training. It's online training, but training that has some interactive human element. How's that?
Yeah, let me just add that the existing regulation still does require that only insurance industry approved and qualified training programs will satisfy this training requirement. Frankly, the in-person training programs are becoming so rare that it's usually, you know, Brookline restaurants, and that's about it, going to these training sessions. I'll also remind the board that our police department does interviews with all of these restaurants. And I agree with you, Nancy, that in-person, you know, conversation that then Ben Franco used to say, and what did the police tell you? What do you need to do for your record keeping is crucial. And so we're not going to lose that additional local layer of making sure that pertinent information is needed. So I just wanted to share both of those thoughts.
Yeah. I'm more comfortable with in-service training for TIPS certification than, for example, some other trainings where it's more than just learning what the law is and what you're supposed to do. It's really how you're going to react in specific situations. And and at this time, we don't really have a choice if we want people to be tip certified. Because they're not going to have in-class or in-person classes to go to.
No, I understand that, and I'm not opposed to it. I just want to make sure that the training is not, here, go read this, and, that's the end of it.
Yeah. Well, here, go read this, but then talk to our police department.
Okay,
to make sure that you.
maybe the police department needs,
Yeah.
need to have some sort of standardized list of questions, or, something that would, some way of knowing that the person has actually absorbed what they read.
Yeah.
Online.
This is one of the. Well, this may be one of the tasks or duties of the police department that people are going to look at as unnecessaries. But so long as it's still available, or so long as police still do that or do it, I think we're in good shape in terms of online training. But at any rate, any other questions before we vote? Okay, I move approval of proposed amendment to section A27 of the town sales of alcoholic beverages regulations with respect to online tips training. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Okay, I'll vote for it on the basis that the police.
You don't have to. Okay. Okay. Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Vanscoya?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, final item on the agenda at 11:28 p.m. Let's see if we can end the meeting on the same day we started it. Update on activities related to COVID-19. I see Mr. Crane is here.
Yes.
Are you making the presentation? Okay,
Yeah,
great.
it's Kara and I together. I'm going to start and then pass it on to Kara.
Okay, great.
Sure. So, Kara, if you want to go to you're driving, so if you can go to the first slide. Yeah, so essentially, as the board knows, thanks to your leadership and the leadership of the Transportation Board, Brookline has not only been leading locally, as this says, we've actually been leading regionally and nationally when it comes to altering our public way to respond in a very fast manner to the needs of COVID. We were the first in the nation to actually put all of our pedestrian push buttons on auto recall. So the pedestrian light would come up without needing to press the button in order to minimize the amount of surfaces that people were touching as they were out and about doing their essential trips. We were also the first in the region to work with economic development in our restaurants to create the carry-out delivery zones to reserve the parking spaces in front of those businesses that were staying open for delivery only. Once the governor ordered them closed on St. Patrick's Day, actually March 17th. We were the first in the region to approve extended sidewalks to create the extra room for pedestrians on our main corridors for pedestrians, bikes, and micromobility users to give them the extra room so they can achieve that 6-foot ultimate preferred distance while making those essential trips. And then, with respect to outdoor customer areas, last Thursday, you approved the expedited process to allow our restaurants, which are required to open with outdoor seating only, an expedited process to get their permits, approved administratively by the town administrator and the select board designee. You just approved the new tips online process. And not mentioned here, but tomorrow morning, Commissioner Papasturgeon will sign 2 directives for allowing businesses to place sandwich boards within the street furniture zone along the public way to notify people that their businesses are open without having to pull an individual permit from DPW for each business that wants to do that. It's one general permit that covers every every business with all the fees waived. The second one that he is ordering will allow retail establishments to place goods out on the sidewalk with provisions for ADA access to allow them to also, since they have limitations on how many people can enter their store at any one time, to allow them to sell their goods. And this is similar to the several times a year with the CCMA will do a sidewalk sale, or you'll see Conley's Hardware or Aborn True Hardware that put goods out on the sidewalk as well. So we're trying to do everything we can to promote and support the businesses as they try to reopen in phase 1 and phase 2. And tonight we want to discuss with you and hopefully get your support for the expedited process to have staff do their review of the outdoor seating within a 1-week review time instead of the normal 3 to 4 week review time. And then also to take your temperature and hopefully get your support for use of specific public spaces, either for specific restaurant usage for outdoor dining or more communal parklet type dining, where someone could take their takeout order, go sit down in a public place, and consume it there. So, the need for outdoor customer areas, it allows customers to begin returning to the commercial areas as they feel comfortable doing so. It's going to allow the businesses to reopen faster, while still complying with the restrictions put on it by the state. It's going to allow businesses to increase mail sales faster. It's also going to, promote designs that do not negatively impact pedestrians, bicyclists flowing through our commercial areas. Next slide. Here's some of the examples that we are allowing right now, have used previously, and are promoting. The first is on private property. So this is actually Barcelona, which was mentioned much earlier in the agenda. The next is on public sidewalks. This is in Washington Square, I believe at the public house. The next is curbside parking. So we are already doing this with Clear Flower Bakery for the past 3 years. So this is where, that's now being allowed under the expedited process, is to allow use of the parking spaces for outdoor dining as well, with creating some separation. The next are the public parking lots. This is something that we are contemplating. This is the Webster Street lot in Coolidge Corner, one of the areas that we've identified as a potential for the communal dining. It's near Mike's Deli, Subway, and some other restaurants in that area. It can be converted. We're in talks with Parks and Open Space Director Aaron Galentine to put picnic tables out here. It's appropriately spaced. That will allow this area to be transformed into a parklet type situation. Then other public property under discussions. This is adjacent to Zaftig's, as well as the Coolidge Corner, soon to be Ridley School. That is a space that's normally a courtyard that could be used by Zaftig's for outdoor seating. And then, of course, the next and final is the open streets, or closed streets, depending how you want to phrase it. And this is actually an image that is set up recently on Moody Street in Waltham, where they have closed 3 blocks of Moody Street to general motor vehicle traffic. All that's allowed down here now is emergency vehicle access. So that's the 15 feet that they've created between the 2 lines. And then they've allowed their restaurants to set up expanded seats throughout this entire corridor to be used for dining purposes. Other examples that have popped up include streets within the North End that have closed completely and allowed the restaurants to take over those streets as well in Boston, and Cambridge is contemplating something similar as well. So I'm actually going to turn it over to Kara at this point.
Great. Thank you, Todd. So as Todd said at the beginning, tonight we're asking for kind of 2 specific general support items. This first one here is support/direct. Staff, as we across all departments, are endeavoring to reduce the review time for changes to premises review from 3 weeks to 1 week. And that would be following a complete application. So in other words, making this a priority and having your support in that. And then secondly, supporting specific proposed public spaces. So there's 2 slides. This is one and the most dense in Coolidge Corner, starting at the top here, that the horseshoe at the soon to be known as Ridley School, where the arts festival used to be. We have had a preliminary conversation with the school committee, capital subcommittee about teaming up and allowing the Coolidge Corner merchants and other businesses to have perhaps a series of events that are spaced out along the horseshoe later this summer when it makes sense to have such an event. That's further along, that's not ready to go anytime soon, but we wanted to loop you into that conversation now. Secondly, the paved area that Todd was showing earlier, which is between Zaftig's and the school property. It's a lane that was put in when the school building was rebuilt. We have now gotten permission from the full school committee for Zaftig's to extend their premises out into that paved area. At this time, Zaftig's is not interested in serving alcohol there. He realizes their sensitivity with the schools, and we've also had that cleared by Parks, and we're awaiting a couple other folks to sign off. Fire department is okay with this. So this is something that now that you've approved the staff version of licensing, staff and a select board member, this is something we feel comfortable moving forward with, but we wanted to make sure the select board saw it since it is public property, just like a parking space, but a little bit different. Third, Parlor, which is the restaurant in Coolidge Corner, used to be where it is where Regal Beagle used to be. They are pursuing, although this is again less developed tonight, having seating in the Center Street walk alleyway. Multiple departments are talking with them to make sure that we have the required and needed ADA accessibility in that alley while trying to allow them to do that. Fourth, Hamilton Restaurant, which is on Beacon Street, right at the corner of Center Street. They are looking as part of their application to utilize the small concrete plaza that's adjacent to, not within the boundaries of the farmer's market on the Center Street West lot. That's another location that, because it is physically adjacent to their restaurant, they would be able to, by state law in our process, our expedited process, allow them to serve alcohol outside. So we wanted to bring that idea to your attention. And then fifth, Todd already talked about this, the Webster Street lot that's a small municipal lot behind where like Subway is and near Mike's Deli. The restaurants in that area are looking for a solution that it accommodates multiple restaurants at once and is better suited for takeout options rather than wait staff dependent options. And then finally, the last slide that I'm going to show you is just one recommendation so far that we feel ready to bring to you for kind of general nod of approval. And that's using some portion of the parking lane on Station Street. And this would again be for common outdoor seating. There's a significant construction project going on probably through the end of the summer, if not the fall, on Harvard Street that affects any possibility of doing outdoor curbside seating for the area between like Station Street and where Washington and Harvard split off at Hickey Triangle. So that's the end. We'd love to get your questions, and I'll stop sharing for a second.
Very interesting. Very good options for us to consider. We're not voting on this, are we?
We're looking for a general endorsement of support.
Okay.
We believe that you've already given the authorization to allow the town administrator and a select board member to make that decision for each of these applications. But we felt like these were different enough. We would like to get your general support so that nobody's surprised by it.
Okay. Any questions? Any thoughts on the select board?
I just can't encourage this enough. I mean, this could be a lifeline for some of the restaurants involved, and I really hope we can get this up and going as quickly as possible. And I commend the effort here to accelerate it. I think that's great.
Yeah. And expand it to additional locations.
Oh, yeah.
But
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it would give a really good boost to our restaurant businesses.
Yeah.
And our other businesses too, and if they want to use the outdoor space for selling wares and things.
Yeah.
I think the second part of this is we're going to need to schedule a time for Dr. Jett to come back before us, because when we talked about extended sidewalks, there wasn't an appetite at the time to enact recommendations 2 and 3, but I think we've reached that point. So I hope that we're able to do the follow-on, which we're seeing in other communities, to close some of the streets to create more space for these restaurants to come back online and be financially feasible for them.
Yeah, let's go. Let's get it done. And I would like to see. So I saw there was that one area, that stretch where, let's say, like Orinoco is and Matt Murphy's and stuff. Is that part of what you said we could make it like work on Harvard Street? Is that section, or is that still a possibility to do some parklet seating there?
Yep.
Rare there, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's under consideration. Orinoco has already filed the application that's being reviewed by staff right now, by the various staff departments, and they are partnering, of course, with Matt Murphy's, the new restaurant that's going in next to them in Pomodoro as well, to basically have all of that parking be outdoor seating. And they're just going through the process right now of designing it to ensure the ADA access is maintained on the sidewalk. And to space out the tables to meet the requirements of the governor, that they be 6 feet apart, et cetera.
Okay, I'd love to see more of that where it makes sense, areas like Washington Square or elsewhere, that it makes sense. I think that's also a great use of the public space. So yeah, this is terrific. Thanks for putting it together.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? What's the sense of the board?
Go for it.
Go for it. I agree. Okay, you got your sense of the board.
Thank you very much.
At least a couple of us.
The rest of us are too tired.
Yeah, right.
That's good. Thank you very much, and thanks for the late hour.
Yeah, okay, thank you for staying up this late.
Yeah.
Okay, we have 16 minutes to finish our business in order to conclude our business on the same day that we started it.
I thought we were done, Bernard.
Right, I'm just saying. So we're done. Unless anyone has anything else to add, I will end this meeting. Thank you.